Catering vehicles are on their way.
Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you're at. It's evening for me. That music turned down. There we go. And I forgot to just fix my settings for the camera. It's a little too... Go. Alright, that should work. Welcome in. We're in Microsoft Flight Simulator. I'm Martin Wenzel. This is World Tour Flight 224. We're flying from John F. Kennedy International Airport in New York City down to Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport down in Dallas-Fort Worth, Texas in the United States. We're going to be on Delta Airlines, Flight 2409 in the FlyByWire A320X mod for the Airbus A320neo. We're going to be taking off about, I want to say, probably 4:45 a.m. here in New York. We're not on real time, so it's about, I have it set, what would that be, about 6 hours ahead of where we're at, time-wise, just so we can get because the real-life flight takes off in the morning, early morning, and so we'll be getting, a sunrise coming into Dallas probably, or maybe sort of like how we came into New York here. So, let's get things started. Fuel truck should be on its way. Get inside the plane. Here all the other planes parked around here at JFK. We have ground power, so it looks like, yeah, it looks like the plane's already in an on position. Get these lights turned up and we'll kind of jump through all of this, and passengers coming on pretty soon. So we want the ground control on, make sure the wipers are off, making sure we have no other lights to clear. Nav 1, 2, and 3. Come across to do the fire tests. Fuel pumps on. Got fault here because we don't have the engines on. Packs also because we haven't got the APU going yet. Look at the nav logo, wing light, and strobe set to auto. Master switch for the APU on. Seatbelts will keep off until we are done fueling. Emergency lights on. Arm. Maybe just arm them. And we're good there. Waiting for that APU now. Flap is open, so we can start the APU. Knobs here to get some lighting. There it is. Hey, catering truck is right there. And we're just waiting on the fuel truck. So let's get back down here. Make sure we are set. Flaps are in their tracked position. Ignition is normal. Master switch is in the off. We are idle thrust. You have the nose wheel steering anti-skid up here, and landing gear is down. Our flight clearance.
Request clearance to Dallas FT Worth with information. Golf.
Delta 2409er, clear to Dallas FT Worth via score 5, Romeo November Golf Romeo Romeo, departure, runway 31 left, initial climb 3000, then as filed, squawk 6551.
Cleared to Dallas FT Worth via score 5, Romeo November Golf Romeo Romeo, departure, runway 31 left, initial climb 3000, then as filed, squawk 6551, Delta 2409er.
Delta 2409 2409er. Red back correct. Wind
Fuel
ready.
truck is in
Contact
position.
Kennedy ground. 121.65.
Please don't load
Wind ready.
aircraft until the
Contact
fuel
Kennedy
truck
ground.
arrives and asked to do it.
121.65. Delta 2409er.
Fuel truck's here. Fuel today we're going to be going, bump that up to 10.1. That payload over here, we're ready.
Kennedy ground. Delta 2409er. Gate Bravo 34. Request pushback and start up.
Delta 2409er.
I always enjoy that when they
Pushback and start up approved.
just start calling
Pushback and
calls
start
on
up
its own.
approved. Delta 2409er.
I didn't call for a pushback. Not sure why. Oh, I probably had it open. I hit the... I don't know what I did. That's driving me nuts. Alright, so this is some information we're going to want. Oh, okay. 0 fuel weight. Oh, okay. Gross weight. Oh, I never saw that before. That must be new. They must have just added that. Okay, so let's go into the flight computer. And we're going to... over here. Data request. Right, flight or estimated time is going to be
Please use your
323.
airplane fuel system to set the desired fuel quantity.
Kennedy ground. JetBlue 1903. Gate Delta 6. Request pushback and start up.
Turn ground down a little bit. Jump back over to the computer. We'll get the fuel coming on board.
JetBlue 1903. Kennedy ground. JetBlue 1903. Request taxi.
JetBlue 1903. Taxi to holding point. Runway 31 right. Via Foxtrot. Alpha. Echo Alpha. Alpha. Hold short of runway 04 left. 22 right.
Taxi to holding point. Runway 31 right. Via
See the
Foxtrot.
fuel coming on?
Alpha. Yankee Alpha. Hold short of runway 04 left. 22 right. JetBlue 1903.
There as well. Let's get a few initial things put in, and then we'll start getting the passengers on board. So just want to double check, make sure all of our sim brief for this matches up with our flight plan. On the off chance it doesn't. 2409 for the flight, JFK, DFW, and IAH for our alternate. Austin X28, flight level 320s are going to be our initial cruise. 323 for our flight time. Go to init page 2, and I want to grab that from the flypad. Station in. Payload is going to be 34%, 56.3. So 56.3, 34. 56.3/34. Fuel planning. Block, we're doing 10.1. And our trip headwind.
Kennedy ground. Endeavor 4881. Gate Delta.
We're here to the raw one, and you can see minus 60. So it looks like we're going to have a headwind of 60 knots. See how that drops down our extra fuel right there. Jumping over to the calculator.
Ground. Brickyard 4311. Gate Bravo 26. Request pushback and start up. Brickyard 4311.
So there's the calculator, and we've got runway 31 right or 31 left.
Kennedy ground. Singapore 23. Heavy. Gate
Save that.
Alpha 6. Request pushback and start up.
Takeoff weight's going to be 66,200. It says. Save that. Everything else will keep the same, and we'll calculate our takeoff information. We'll put that in performance right here. We got flex 67, flaps 1, and before we go too much further, I'm gonna start getting the passengers on board actually. Far enough along in our startup process. Get the AQ bleed on. Where the packs come.
Kennedy ground. Endeavor 4881. Runway vacated with Yankee Alpha.
Endeavor
Alright, request boarding.
Boarding requested.
Continue taxi. Mile Yankee Alpha. Endeavor 4881. Kennedy ground. Feedback 306. Heavy. Parking 187. Request to push back and start
Right back down here and got the calculator again.
Contact Kennedy Tower 119.1.
E.
Contact Kennedy Tower
Right.
119.1. JetBlue 2803.
Oh, just passengers. Alright, we got flaps 1, flex 67, 150 for the V1, 151 for the V rotate, and for the V2, 156. And I need to change this default because it seems to be giving me default 1100 from calculator lately.
Contact Kennedy Tower 119.1. Endeavor 4881. Kennedy ground. Feedback 306. Heavy. Request taxi.
Index 306. Heavy. Taxi to holding point. Runway 04 right. Via Quebec City. Quebec Alpha. Juliet. Zulu. Hold to the runway 04 left. Right.
Oh,
Taxi to holding
we have a little bit of a
04 right.
hard time moving around this airport, I guess. Oh man, bad frames here at JFK. Of course, we got passengers coming in from the sky. There we go.
Contact Kennedy Tower 119.1. Endeavor 4920. Kennedy ground. JetBlue 2803. Runway vacated with kilo.
Alright. Into the flight plan here. Just double check and make sure everything correct as for our flight plan. We're going to be going out JFK, and we're going to go departure runway 31 left. We're going to use the score 5. Transition is going to be Ranger. Insert.
I'm doing good.
Alright. For Mets, Ranger, discontinuity, we'll clear that out. We're going to then go to a Romeo Bravo Victor. We're going to get on Airway Quebec 430. Same. And then we're going to go on Juliet 6 to Hotel Victor Quebec. Then to Quebec 68. Litter. Direct to Meow. Direct to Few. And then we'll have another, we'll be taking Seaver 4 into Dallas Fort Worth. Runway 36 left. So, get this all in here. 36 left. Seaver 4. And Alan's going to be the transition. I think we have another transition right there. Few, right? Insert. Go to the flight plan page. Shuffle through each spot, making sure we don't have anything happening that doesn't make sense.
Contact Kennedy Tower 119.1. Endeavor 4920.
Made. Yaki, Unlucky, Unclock, Ryan's, Rammered, The Jug, Opie, Litter, Meow, Few, and then into the Proud, Leather, Neck. Okay. Sailor, Beaver. That is Braji, Noose, Yabbit.
Contact Kennedy Tower 119.1. JetBlue 2803.
We have 2 of those? What's going on there? Look out that manual. I don't like how it's not going to Allen, so we're gonna have to watch this. Maybe give ourselves a heading and then to Allen, because it's kind of get a little weird there, a little wonky. All right, looks like the fuel truck has probably left. Yeah, and there comes the baggage, hopefully, right? Looks like passengers are for the most part on board as well. Yes, waiting for the cargo, 3,420 kilos. Passengers are all on. We got quite a few open window seats, surprisingly. Go back to ARC on this. Checking my checklist. We did our cockpit prep, gear pens and covers, remove signs on, and auto. Adir's nav, fuel quantity 10,000 kilos. Actually 10.1. Takeoff data set, barometric reference set at 2998. Windows and doors not yet closed, but we are going to remove the jetway. Services jet bridge. And we're just waiting on the cargo now. I really wish the cargo would get here a little sooner. Seems like the passengers get on really quick and then we have to wait for the cargo. And we're aiming for a 10:45 off the blocks, so we still have 11 minutes. Or 4:45. 10:45 my time. Full airport, that's why. Whew. Really good. FSLTL providing us with a lot of planes, a lot of Deltas. Delta at JFK is all here, Terminal 4. We got a Concourse B. I believe this is Concourse A right there, that little nub. This is all the international terminal. That's why we do have the international planes as well. For some reason we have a UPS. I don't know why that would be parked here at a gate. But we got TAP Portugal, LATAM, Aero Mexico right there. So it makes sense that we'd have these international airlines, but Delta also is exclusive to Terminal 4. Hey Mika, good evening. How you doing? Oh, sorry BD. Victoria Cruz or Cortez, welcome in. I didn't have my chat window up in front of me. Wondering why is no one chatting? Doing all right. Got up, feeling all kind of groggy, even though I got up about 3 in the afternoon. But I'm gonna do this flight and then go right back to bed because I gotta flip my schedule again because I'm going back to day shift on Monday, so I don't even have that much time to do that. I got this one day off and then Sunday's kind of weird. Got a WestJet over here, some more Delta at the A concourse, looks like. Well, it's always good to see planes at the airport, especially a big busy airport like this, being most of the gates actually filled. Here we got a bunch of JetBlue, really good. That's really nice. Like that. See that? That looks good. I believe this is probably JetBlue's exclusive terminal. Aer Lingus, got a British Airways right there. Is that Etihad probably? Emirates or JetBlue. Blue Virgin Atlantic. Or Philippines. Magical. Doris, I've never seen that one. Iberia. Lingus again. Air France. Blues. JetBlue scattered all over, along with Delta. A few of them. Viva. Right back over here to the International Terminal 4. A lot of Deltas because Delta is out of 4. believe this is ours right here. Yep. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Sometimes things have to reload. It looks like he's got just a few more bags to get on the plane, which is good. Good to see. I didn't reset up a pushback for here, so I'll have to do a custom pushback because it seems like a lot of the GSX Pro, it seems most airports, the left and right pushbacks are just a straight pushback. They don't actually do the left and right. I could have edited the gate, but I forgot to do that before I went live. So I have to remember to do it. Just check the pushback so I don't have to do the editing in the stream. I can just go for it. All right, come on. A few more bags. See payload. Those are some heavy bags, though. Those last couple bags are gonna be what? 1,200 kilos. Alright, flight director is both on. Initial climb 3,000 feet. Going runway 31 left. So kind of, let's take a look at the chart. Gonna get an idea where we're going. 31 left, not too bad of a taxi. So we're gonna probably go out of Kilo Foxtrot to Bravo, probably to Juliet. Take Juliet over to Zulu and one left. Nice short, not too long a taxi. 3 and 1 left will have us going towards Manhattan, taking off. I think we'll have to then make a left turn pretty quickly. Done. Yep, we are. So that should be closing. So beacon light on.
Flight attendants, arm doors, and cross-check.
External power disconnected. Let's here we get that disconnected. The GSX, and we'll also ask for the pushback.
Jet 1903, continue taxi via Yankee Alpha.
Continue taxi via Yankee Alpha. Jet 1903.
Oh.
Once again, we'd like to welcome you on board. Your safety is our top priority, so we appreciate a few minutes of your attention while we demonstrate the safety features of this aircraft. You can follow along with the safety information card in your seatbelt pocket.
Due to icing conditions, please stand by until push is completed and brakes are set.
On the strap to tighten. To release, just lift the top flap of the buckle. Please keep your seatbelt back a little tight across your lap. Use the seatbelt sign as well and have it usable.
I should have done the. I should do the de-icing one of these times. It's a pretty cool animation and everything. A little bit short on time though. I don't want to be up all night, and it's quite a long flight.
We are ready for pushback.
Green light, thrust levers idle, parking brake as required.
Contact Kennedy Tower 119.1. Jet 1903.
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
Sometimes that power cord takes a while to go away.
Locking gear.
Yeah, that's the, just defaults the straight back. Let's see, we need to push back to the, over here. Really see where the taxiway is.
Delta 264, heavy, taxi to holding point, runway 31 right, via Golf, Alpha, Foxtrot, Bravo, Yankee Alpha, hold short of runway 04 left, 22 right. Taxi to holding point.
Exiting from
Due
etiquette.
to icing
Oh, it actually was over a little bit.
Until pushes
Be lined
completed
up.
and brakes are set.
Hold short of runway 04 left, 22 right.
See the Emirates move? I just saw the tail fin.
Release parking brakes.
Contact approved. Eurozone 246.
Jet 234, contact Kennedy Tower, 119.1.
Parking brakes released.
Release parking brakes. Due to icing conditions, please stand by until pushes completed and brakes are set.
Contact Kennedy Tower, 119.1. Jet 234. Kennedy Tower, Eurozone
Welcome aboard, and thank you for flying with Delta. The health and safety of our customers and crew is our #1 priority and the shared responsibility of everyone on board. So before we depart, please pay attention to this important safety message.
Be sure that all carry-on items are securely stowed in an overhead bin and place smaller items completely under the seat in front of you. Please keep the aisles, exits, and bulkhead areas clear. If you lose an electronic device in your seat, please do not adjust your seat and ask a crew member for assistance.
As we leave the gate, make sure your seatbelt is fastened. To fasten, insert the metal tip into the buckle and adjust the strap so it's low and tight
Hey,
across your
Chandler,
lap.
welcome in.
To release the belt, just lift the top of the buckle. If your seat
Just
has a
pushing
shoulder
back
harness, secure it
and
by attaching the
viewing
metal
the safety
tip
video
to
for
the fitting
Delta.
on the belt. To release, just push the metal tip down. Please remain seated with your seatbelt securely fastened anytime the seatbelt sign is on. Even if the sign is off, please keep your seatbelt fastened whenever you're seated in case of sudden rough air. In the event of rough air, the crew might also need to buckle up for safety. We appreciate your understanding if our service is interrupted.
Federal regulations require all passengers to comply with crew members' instructions, in addition to posted placards and lighted information signs located throughout the cabin.
Smoking, vaping, the use of e-cigarettes or any smokeless product, including chewing tobacco,
Parking
is
brake
not
set.
allowed on any Delta flight. Federal law prohibits tampering with,
now we're
disabling,
gonna start
or
up the
destroying
engines.
restroom smoke detectors.
Starting engine 2.
There are 8 exits on this plane, 8 doors, 4 on each side. Each door has a detachable slide that can be used as a raft. In the event of an evacuation, leave all carry-on items behind.
All exits are clearly marked with a green exit symbol. Please take a moment to find the exits closest to you, and remember, they might be behind you. If there's a loss of power, lights will illuminate the aisle to guide you to an exit.
It's unlikely, but if cabin pressure changes, oxygen masks will drop from the panels above your seat and inside the lavatories. If this happens, reach up and pull the mask or streamer down to start the flow of oxygen. Remove any face covering and place the mask over your nose and mouth. Slip the elastic strap over your head and adjust the mask if necessary. Breathe normally and note that oxygen is flowing, so don't worry if the bag doesn't inflate. Be sure to adjust your own mask before helping others.
A water evacuation is also unlikely, but just in case, life vests are in a compartment beneath or adjacent to your seat. To use, remove the vest from its container by pulling on the tab and then opening the pouch. Slip the vest over your head. Wrap
Let,
the strap around your waist.
Ground know we
attach
got
it to
a
the
good
buckle
engine
in
start.
front, then adjust securely around your waist. As you leave the plane, inflate the vest by pulling down on the red tab at the bottom of the vest, or manually inflate it by blowing into the tube at shoulder level. A water-activated light is attached to each vest.
For children who weigh less than 35 pounds, place the vest around the infant's waist and secure the strap between the legs. Refer to your safety card for more information. Additional life vests for in-lap children are located in marked compartments at the front and rear of the plane. We'll distribute these vests if necessary.
Now, before we take off, bring your seat to its upright position and stow your tray table and footrest. Be sure your seatbelt is fastened low and tight across your lap. Your carry-on items are secured and aisle armrests are at resting position. If you have a suite door, ensure it is open. There is a placard on the inside of the suite door explaining how to open it in case of an emergency.
Finally, please take a moment to review the safety information card, which is in your seat pocket. As we come through the cabin for our final safety check,
In the Airbus
please let us know if
A320
you have any
Neo with the
questions.
fly-by-wire
As we get ready to break out,
A320X
please
mod.
settle in and have a wonderful flight. Thank you for flying with Delta.
Jet 2637, push back and start up approved. Push back and start up approved. JetBlue 2637. Air Airbus 246, taxi to holding point, runway 04 left, via November Alpha Mike Bravo, Kilo Echo, Kilo 4, Kilo. Hold short of runway 13 right, 31 left.
Alright, runway turn off lights on, taxi lights on, we'll turn off the U. We have engine power. Got our squawk code, anti-ice, wing, engine. Take off check, auto brake set to max. The wind shear, we'll turn that on. Up top, we'll get that cabin call. Over here to flight controls. We'll do a quick. I want to do the rudders first, since I can't remember which button I have to disconnect the rudder and the tiller right now. But usually you do that test while you're taxiing. All right, let's get taxiing. We are coming out of Kilo Foxtrot Alpha. Parking brakes. What the hell? Oh, okay. Alpha goes. Oh, okay. I see belt. Bravo and Alpha go. They curve around. Gonna be on Alpha, and then it's gonna switch to Juliet. Hey, Ponziani. Welcome in. Welcome in. We're just starting our taxi out of JFK here.
Virgin 10 Hotel, heavy contact Kennedy Tower, 119.1. Contact Kennedy Tower, 119.
Alpha right away.
Virgin 10 Hotel, heavy. Kennedy ground, JetBlue 2637, request taxi. JetBlue 2637, taxi to holding point, runway 04.
First time ever watching Flight Sim. Well, welcome in. Hopefully this is hopefully my flight is good. I'm doing all right. Just enough time to get a flight in tonight, hopefully, without having to do any. I don't know if I'll do any time acceleration or anything. All right, we got to hold short of runway 04 left, which is going to be the first runway here. The only runway we have to cross. Holding point.
Delta 2409er, contact Kennedy Tower, 119.1. Contact Kennedy Tower, 119.1, Delta 2409er. Kennedy Tower, Delta 2409er, request cross runway 04 left, 22 right. Delta 2409, cross runway 04 left, 22 right, wind vacated, contact ground 121.65. Cross runway 0.
I just did the flight control test, and we can cross the runway 04 left. Take a look to our left, make sure, or to our right, make sure no one's coming yet. Looks like we got that plane going to that runway. Just saw him. I don't know if he just disappeared or what. I don't know if we're doing crossing runway takeoffs or anything. There were lights down there. Kind of disappeared, it looks like. You always want to check, especially lately. There's been what, six runway incursions in the last few months in the U.S. Sometimes it's been air traffic control, like that one down in Austin, Texas. It was Southwest Airlines was taking off. FedEx was coming in for a landing, and ATC was just trying to squeeze too much in. Southwest usually operates pretty quickly, and so ATC was planning on Southwest getting on the runway and just taking off right away. But because it was very foggy and stuff, Southwest was taking longer. FedEx was coming in for the landing, noticed Southwest was still on the runway rolling, and initiated go-around, and then called over the radio and told Southwest to abort their takeoff, because they were afraid Southwest was going to come up into them as they were going around, and it was kind of a little bit of a mess. But luckily everyone was trying to do the right thing, and ATC was just trying to squeeze in too much despite the weather. Make sure, I think this is where we need. I didn't really see the sign for Zulu. Yeah, we'll see. Hopefully it looks pretty nice. Unfortunately, the only problem is like the build, like just the load distance with like especially building lights. All right. We'll get our landing lights on. And here, make sure we have ATC on. PCAS set to Tara. We are ready for departure.
Kennedy Tower, Delta 2409, runway 31 left, ready for departure.
Flight controls checked, flight instruments briefing confirmed, flap setting, P1 rotate 2, flex temp all set, ATC set, ECAM memo is blue, or no blue, cabin crew is advised, engine mode selected as required, packs required. Alright, all checklists complete. I'm using ATC HUD, or FS HUD ATC, so I'm playing offline right now. I'm just using AI traffic. Or I'm using Flight Simulator Live Traffic Liveries, which is an add-on, a free add-on that pulls live traffic from real life, but also adds the real liveries and everything, so it's really cool. And then FS HUD ATC works with that now. So this is just AI ATC, but I could be... the only reason I'm not on VATSIM right now is because it's a little late and most people are, it's kind of, stuff has started to drop off. Even though there's a little bit of coverage in the area. But I'm just going to leave it off. If I had started this flight earlier, which I'm hoping to do a little bit earlier flights eventually, there would have been quite a bit of coverage probably. But right now it's not much coverage over the US, so it'd be kind of hit and miss. I'd rather have the AI traffic going up than a few planes. Yeah, there's definitely check out VATSIM. F8 or it's VATSIM. Check that out. You can, yeah, people take it pretty seriously. You got real people on there who do real ATC in real life. You got real pilots, all that kind of stuff. You can learn quite a bit of how to do things. Then obviously going into it, you'll obviously get the real training, but you know, the training is pretty serious over there even on the simulating side. All right, we're stable. Brakes released. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. My brain is not working. I changed my rudder pedals and I'm not getting my brain. I'm still, like, I even told myself, it's like, okay, remember, you gotta push the opposite direction you've been thinking, and then I do it and it's still wrong. So, excuse that, that's not the way you want to do it, but...
Contact ground 121.65. Cross runway 04 left, 22 right when vacated contact.
Oh, I'm doing so bad with my rudder pedals right now. I've not gotten those right. Alright, landing gear up. Yeah, I got myself into a bad habit there where I had them reversed, and now I put them back the right way, and I am having a really hard time getting them set up right, or getting my brain thinking the right way. Not to mention. Right, so we got to turn right away because Manhattan's right in front of us, and the cloud cover or fog or whatever going on. That's probably going to be quite a few flights before I get it worked out. Yeah, actually we have some rain. And some really bad frame rates. Well, that's the thing. It's like, it's weird. Sometimes it will be bad like this, and other times I've had flights where I've flown this and it's been perfectly fine, no problem. So it's kind of, like I said, that's where my frustration was when I first got the... I thought there'd be a better performance boost with my upgrade, but didn't really do it.
Line up, runway, 31 left, Virgin 10 Hotel, heavy.
See the skyline right over there, Manhattan. The lights don't really show up on the buildings until you're close. It's a little bit of a bummer.
Virgin 10, New York departure, Delta 2409, School 5, departure at 2,600.
Delta 2409, radar contact, continue climb, 8,000, altimeter 29908.
Continue climb, 8,000, Delta 2409.
Let's go autopilot. Ooh, have some lights. I think it's kind of a pick or choose. If you want a little bit better performance, I could turn off FSLTL and not have any other planes at the airport. I think if it was just New York, it'd be probably fine, or if I was just at an airport with quite a few planes, it'd be fine, but having both. Hey, Adek, welcome in. Climbing out of New York there. Guessing that's Brooklyn right there. And gonna fade behind the clouds as we go over the lower New York Bay. Climate maintains 17,000. There's the moon. Starting to wane. Right?
Washington Center, Delta 2409, inbound, Romeo, November, Golf, Romeo, at 6,800, climbing 17,000.
Delta 2409, radar
I
contact.
think back in 2013, 14, something like that. No, 2000. Yeah, 2013. Winter. January, I think. I think we flew from Milwaukee to New York, too. Probably on a CRJ or something. I wish I had records of like what flights I've taken in the past. I probably could find it somewhere. What flight it was. Now that I know my planes a little bit better. Alright. Alright, turn off the seatbelt signs for the passengers. And it should be... What time we got now? Right. But it's going to be about 5:01 in the morning now. Not on live time for New York. I pushed ahead about 6 hours. 6 hours ahead of field time. Actually, not 6 hours, 5 hours ahead of real time. See the lights kind of making those clouds glow. So cool. Alright, we're now over New Jersey. We're gonna have Philadelphia on our right eventually. I'm the 17,000. I already see the sky starting to light up as the sun should be coming up behind us or off to our. Yeah, you can see it coming up over there. We're off the anti-ice, we're above the clouds. Mission normal, spoilers disarmed, flaps are retracted. Might in fact actually just cross over Philadelphia. North of it. We'll be on our left a little bit down there.
Delta 2409er, climb and maintain flight level 260.
I'm maintaining flight levels 260, Delta 2409.
Delta 2409er.
Washington Center, JetBlue 2637, DA5, departure at 5,500, climbing 9,000. JetBlue 2637, radar contact, climb and maintain, flight level 180, contact Boston.
Yeah, so my nights working have just been me thinking, looking, just do a lot of research on how to do flight training, get into doing piloting as an actual career. Hey, thanks for the subscription over there on YouTube. Thank you for the YouTube subscription. Remember, YouTube subscriptions are free, as are Twitch follows. So I'm over there on Twitch, and also over here on YouTube. Thanks for going along. Yeah, I've been just going around. I've been on the forums for ATP Flight School, which is like the biggest flight school here in America. And they got all kinds of partnerships with the airlines and everything, and they got a 7-month program that will take you from no flying to all of everything you need to be a commercial pilot, and then you're a certified flight instructor and all that stuff, and then you basically sign on with them to be a certified flight instructor. You can also go and become a flight instructor other places, or go out and get a you have low hours as a pilot. Those jobs are gonna be lower paying. And you do that, you work up to your 1,500 hours, then you get on with a regional, or they actually have some partnerships with like Frontier and I believe Spirit Airlines, where you can get on with them and not even have to go through the regionals. Now, I'm not sure if you need to get more hours in the 1,500, because typically the major airlines where you're going to be flying, the A320 or the 737 and up, those you typically need, I think, like 2,500 hours before you can get on with those guys, which you'll easily do, a year and a half at a regional airline. You're then going to spend another year, possibly a year and a half flight, being a flight instructor, and then you're going to be on with the regionals, and that's when, especially nowadays, right now, get on with the regionals, like a regional like SkyWest, who flies flights for all of the major airlines. They fly Delta, American, United, and even Alaska, right? So they fly all 4 of those airlines as their regional stuff, and so you got connections then through that. But you're building up your another 1,000 hours or so at the regional, and you're gonna, once you get there, you're gonna, especially if you're in some like DET program or flow through program. If you go like through a flow through program, that which are really popular now with the airlines because they're desperate for pilots, is you sign on with them, get with a regional, you work through the regional. Once you get to a certain hour point, they'll call you up and say, hey, come up and join us at Delta or United, whatever airline you're in the flow program through, and you go for your training, and that's all you need. You don't need to interview or anything. You go for training. You already interviewed at the beginning, and you became like, you're just going to flow through. You're in their system, which is really cool. But I've been on the forums and just asking questions and, you know, seeing people's schedules, seeing how people dealt with financial things. A lot of people, I mean, it's a mix. I mean, some of the people are very young, not tied down, so of course they can just do it. It's very easy. You just got to get the loan, and the loan, especially nowadays, you get the loan, $100,000 loan. That's a big loan, but with the way these regional airlines are handing out signing bonuses, you can pay it. You know, you get with the regional, you collect your signing bonuses. You can use your signing bonuses to pay off the loan, and then still make a good yearly salary your first year. You can make almost, you know, between $50,000 and $90,000 your first year at the regional. Like SkyWest, it's $90 an hour. You're flying probably 1,000 hours a year, or your max. I think that's the most you can fly is 1,000 a year. So let's say, you know, you want to kind of get a rough estimate of what someone's making. You can make possibly $90,000, and that's just salary. That's straight, you know, getting paid hours, flights. That's not any of the per diem pay or other benefits. All right, climbing to 32,000. We should actually be at standard pressure. Yeah, but there's other people on the forums that I've been looking at that, you know, they're looking at the career change just like me. You know, they're in their 30s, early 30s, late 30s, some in the 40s. You know, it's like, hey, is this worth it? How do I do this with a wife and kids? You know, one guy, he's been working for Hawaiian Airlines for 10 years. He's one of the mentors on the ATP forums, and I guess he did that. He was, you know, in his early 30s, had 3 kids at home, his wife. They were far away from a training center, so he just bit the bullet, moved, got an apartment, rented an apartment near the place for 7 months, leaving his wife and kids behind, you know, for 7 months. Now, luckily, I won't have to do that. I'll be able to go just down the road, probably half an hour drive, you know, every day, which is not you know, ideally, I wouldn't want to drive half an hour or 15 minutes, whatever. It's probably more than 15 minutes, but you know, considering I walk to work 5-10 minutes every day, you know, getting back in the car and doing a commute like that is it'd be a little strange, but you know, definitely lucky to be in that situation. But we got to figure out how to, you know, deal with. You know, we got a big mortgage on this house. We really don't want to give up this house. It's a really nice house. We got it for what it is, and the way the market is, we got it for a good price, and it's only going to go up. And you know, to get back into a house like this is obviously, if I go into, you know, become a pilot and stuff, well, there you go. You'll be making the money to do it. But you know, ideally, we want to more so keep the place, just because, like, well, where else are we going to live? And even downsizing, we still have to figure out. Okay, downsizing. Still need, where are we getting the money for rent for that, right? Because my wife's currently not working, and even if she gets a job, she's not going to get a job that's making a ton. So we'll figure that out. I still have to go do a discovery flight. See if I actually want to do it. Hey, XLS Kiwi. I don't know why frame rates are not coming back here. I mean, we are flying over the East Coast. That's Philadelphia right down there. On a different camera. Philadelphia. How you doing, X-Last? Doing Kiwi? I'm hoping at some point frame rate will get up. Right now we're kind of, well, luckily we're not doing a lot of moving around camera, so it shouldn't be a big deal. Just watching Twitch. Who else are you watching? Yeah, you're multi-watching, multi-streaming. I've done that sometimes where I'll watch. Actually, have Jeff Favignano playing on one screen. Actually, I have it paused. Playing some Orange County role playing on a GTA 5. What flight are you planning to do next? I wanted to get on with called Southwest Airlines Virtual. I was trying to sign up for them, but their website doesn't work, and I don't even know if they're even active anymore. And then I wanted to get on with them because they have an interesting way the way they dispatch their flights. Most virtual airlines, you pick your flight. They have all their schedule, and you just pick your flight and you get it. The way it works with Southwest Airlines Virtual, which made it interesting, I wish more virtuals did this, is they would give you a trip. You'd bid on a trip, and you would get a trip which would consist of 8, 9, 10 flights over 2-3 days, and you'd have to complete them in that order. And I thought, well, that's kind of a cool way to do it. And I think even on the trip, it's like you'd have points where you'd have to actually switch planes. You'd be doing your turnarounds, but then there's like, oh, we have a maintenance issue, so this plane needs to be swapped out. You need to do a different plane or whatever. Arrived in the U.S. on my tour. You're doing the world tour kind of like I'm doing, right? I always forget. I know some people are doing that. Yeah, that's what we're kind of doing right now. We're doing the U.S. hopping right now. We've already been in the U.S. We flew into Chicago, so we technically ticked off the U.S. on the world tour, but we came back to Miami from the Caribbean, came back to New York out of Bermuda, but we need to get over to the Pacific, and I suppose we could go to New York and probably fly out to Hawaii. I wonder if there's a flight from New York to Hawaii. There probably is, or there's probably a New York to somewhere. I mean, there's definitely a New York to somewhere out in the Pacific flight. But I figured, hey, let's do some short, long domestic flights here in the U.S. I mean, a 4 or 5 hour flight is long for what we've been doing on the world tour most of the time. Even though it's not really a long haul. So Exos Kiwi's going to be doing Dallas to Kansas City. That's a nice little hop. I've never done that flight, but I've flown into Kansas City. I think I did Las Vegas to Kansas City Allegiant last year, one flight. BD's going to fly Lusaka to Johannesburg on the A320. That's a good flight. I'm not sure if I flew Lusaka to Johannesburg. I might have. But I definitely remember Lusaka, and flew a bunch of flights in and out of Johannesburg on this world tour. BD flew San Francisco to Hawaii yesterday. That's nice. Yeah, I'm debating if I want to cut out a flight, but I'll probably keep doing it. I'll probably keep it in, but a lot of people have been asking, oh, are you flying to San Francisco to Hawaii? And it's like, well, no, I'm going to be flying San Diego to Hawaii. So we're going to fly up to, and I've added a few flights in here because I just want to jump into a few different airports, and it doesn't hurt to do more landings and takeoffs. But we're going to do Dallas to Denver, then we're going to go Denver to Vancouver, and then we're going to go Vancouver down to San Francisco, and then San Francisco to San Diego, and then over to Hawaii. And then we'll be saying goodbye to the U.S. for the rest of this world tour, and we'll be hopping through the Pacific. All right, XLAS did LAX to Vancouver. Cool. Or LAX to Vancouver, Vegas to Calgary to Denver, Phoenix, Salt Lake City, Albuquerque, DFW. Yeah, you're definitely hopping through here. And Honolulu before LAX, because that's like the only way to get. Yep, that's the only way to get to the U.S. Well, it's not the only way, but it's a little bit shorter of a hop. Depends on what plane you're flying, I suppose. obviously if you're doing if you have an A350 or the 787 or even the 330, I think you could probably do, you know, Japan or Korea or China to US. But if you're looking at doing short flights, the flight prices are starting to go back up. Crashed in Johannesburg while landing from Windhoek this morning. Yeah, I've had a few crashes on. I don't know how many crashes I've had on this world tour, like legit crashes. I had a number of them back in X-Plane when I was doing the world tour, but that was also, I was learning how to fly the Boeing 737 and land and do anything in a plane. New Caledonia, French Polynesia, Hawaii with the 330. Yep, we're gonna be doing. I think we're taking Hawaiian Airlines in the 330. We're gonna take that from San Diego to Hawaii, and then Hawaii to Tahiti, Pete. Like legit, yeah, actual crashes in the plane. Yeah, I cratered a few planes back in X-Plane, and I want to say I probably destroyed a couple planes here in Flight Simulator, I would think, with some of the landing rates. Well, I'm trying to think how many sim crashes we've had. Not a ton. Been pretty stable lately. Right, out there in the distance, we're flying right over Lancaster right now, and you can see off in the distance that's Baltimore, DC. Kind of got the sun coming up. You also got a decent sized moon still, so night flight when it's like this is kind of nice. When it's really dark, not so nice. You can't see anything, but you can even see the fields down there. I drove through this area quite a bit when I was driving over the road for my trucking company. Lancaster, York, Gettysburg. I don't think I ever drove through Gettysburg, but this area. They do a really good job on the lighting here in Flight Simulator. You can tell it's a sim though because they're not as sharp as they are in real life. In real life, you're coming in, those lights look sharp. 100% resolution, right? They're a little blurred here, a little bit too diffused sometimes. First I had was on a smaller Dubai airport with the 747. Yeah, I like doing I like doing the longer flights. I like doing the longer flights in the fact that you get to put more fuel on, you have heavier weight, you're going further distances in the sim. I don't like doing them so much if I'm sitting here the whole time. So for some of these flights, I probably won't do it tonight because I'm not on a big time crunch, and the A320X doesn't perform terribly great, and we're not getting great frame rate to begin with over the US. But I think some of those flights as we're flying out over the Pacific, the longer, if we get like a 6 or 7 and we're in the 737, the PMDG, I'll probably turn it on 2-4 times and make that a shorter real-time flight, but obviously in the sim we're going 6-7 hours, which worried about going 2 times. You know, with the PMDG, it's built right into the plane, the controls, whereas this, I'd have to use like Sim Bandit and the thing. And if you screw it up, you could crash your sim quickly, especially if you don't have the right frame rates. Somehow missed that one engine failed and overshot the airport. Turnaround failed and I crashed next to the airport. Ooh. Yeah, I don't have failures on, so at some point I need to. What I need to get is the manual that has all the emergency procedures, and then play with some of these, or at least have these activated where it'll do it. I don't know how it works on here. If you just click it and it does a failure, if there's a way to make it random. I know PMDG, I think you can turn on failures and it'll randomly do it. Yeah, I didn't know. I mean, unless you have failures turned on, like on random on the whole sim, I think it's a possibility. I know with X-Plane you could do that. You could turn on failure, total hours of flight every, for 10,000 hours of flight, you could say, I'm gonna have a failure 1 out of every 10,000 hours of flying. Now, of course, I've probably flown 1,000 hours between X-Plane and Flight Simulator, so again, and I think I did that, and I think I turned failures on an X-Plane, and then I had failure. It seemed like every flight had some malfunction, and it was just getting a little, okay, that's annoying. It's not like I'm doing a simulator for training here. I'm doing a simulator for training purposes. Yeah, every flight you're going to do in a simulator for an airline is going to have a malfunction that you have to deal with, because that's what they're training you on. That's the point of the simulation, because they know you can fly the plane and all that. The point of simulations is that you can do things that don't want to happen in real life, and dealing with that. Alright, so we're at a good cruise. I think, look at my flight plan. What's the flight plan? I believe there's a step. But yeah, right there at IT. At IT, we should get a call once we pass Martinsburg. That's Martinsburg, Virginia. Been there a number of times as well on my travels in the semi. We're gonna climb to 380. Like we're 380 till we get to our descent. I didn't get the Antonov 225. Looks like a cool plane. I like that. I've seen that. I've seen a lot of screenshots. I haven't watched any videos of it in action, but I've seen screenshots where the nose is opened up and cargo's being loaded on, which is something I would expect from a payware, right? If you're going to do a payware, I know PMDG, whenever they come with the if they come out with another 747 Queen of the Skies for Microsoft Flight Simulator here, or whatever plane, the cargo variant is going to have that nose open up or whatever. Like, that's what I expect from a PMDG or from anyone making a payware product. It's like, you better have the things doing what they should be doing. Well, that's what you're paying for. Which is why I'm not, I get it. The Phoenix is a great plane. I've heard nothing but good things about the Phoenix. Again, it's not the exact same plane as this one. This is the Neo. That's the CO, the current engine option. This is the engines are different. But basically everything else is pretty much the same. And FlyByWire is doing an incredible job. I mean, that's why I haven't gotten the Phoenix. I don't know if I would have gotten the Phoenix if Flight Simulator had started out with just Boeing instead of Airbus. I don't know if I would have had an interest, but it's nice that that's out there, that they have that it's a good plane. And it's crazy how Phoenix it seems like they're further ahead, and FlyByWire itself is far further ahead than PMDG when it comes to the EFB, the electronic flight bag. Like, we're still sitting there with a empty clip over here on the PMDG planes, and it's kind of frustrating because it'd be nice to do some stuff right through this as opposed to having to go into the FMS and mess around with things, especially like ground services and all the little extra things that you wouldn't be doing in an FMS in reality. Yep, exactly. I didn't, it's amazing. I know there are some people that they buy every payware. Some of these, some of these guys that stream and do YouTube videos, they have every piece of thing. And obviously some of them are doing it for review purposes, but you have other people that are just like, I legit just want this plane, and they get that Captain Sim stuff, and I can't even. I'm like, all right. I mean, I've bought a few clunkers, a few things that I've spent money on in relation to flight simulators that I just barely use. And I wouldn't say that they're because they're bad products. It's just I've never found, the usages for me has kind of fallen off. I'm trying to think. I don't think I bought anything like terrible. I'm trying to think of something I bought that's just downright, I just burned money. Something I just burned money. I don't think that's I haven't. I mean, I bought it. I haven't. Yeah, that's something that's kind of gone by the wayside and just not been used. More so because I haven't given myself the time to, figure it out again. Yeah, not in use, exactly. Yeah, that is I mean, the B247 is that is a great. Hey, I think that's one of the best payware products out there. If that's what if you're into something like that. And I almost bought it because Creepy Kirk convinced me. It's like, hey, you got to get this plane. We're all flying it right now, and support a creator like this who's putting out such a great quality product for $20, I think it was. And that's the biggest thing. It's like that. It's if you're putting out a product for $20 and you're giving us a really good product like that, thank you, right? You get some of these things where it's like, oh yeah, here's $50 for my thing, which is just a reskin. It's a port over from Flight Simulator, from Flight Simulator 2004, Flight Simulator X or whatever, for Prepare 3D. It's not even, the textures are all crap and the systems don't work really. Yep. I mean, that's what it is for me. It's like I know there's a lot of different propeller, smaller planes that are coming out and are really good study level stuff coming out, and at least at this point, it just doesn't make sense. I'm not into those planes. Maybe at some point I'm like, well, maybe I need to get that. Would like to get that plane so I can learn it a little bit better or have it as a practice tool if I go into flight training. But if I'm doing flight training, I'm gonna probably, I don't know how much of the simming I'm going to be using. A little bit probably for review and stuff, but yeah, those are the ones like the Spitfire. Some of those military planes I've been kind of interested in. I'm like, oh, that'd be kind of a cool. Again, if money wasn't an issue, if I had, like I said, it's like I have no budget. I just have no room in our budget to be able to buy really anything. Even though every once in a while I still buy something. That I probably, I drop $5 here or $10 here on some goofy thing on the computer, whether it's a little silly game or whatever. But it's just not really much of a budget for those things, and I kind of blew the budget buying both the 737 and the 738 from PMDG. I kind of regret getting the 737, but I had no patience, I guess. But yeah, that'd be kind of cool. That'd be cool to get a plane like that, a Spitfire, an older plane. We have the Boeing, the 247, which I think is a great piece of payware. Takes a lot to figure out how to use it right and get it working and consistently working right. But so much detail to it. I'm surprised how many older planes that they threw in with the 40th anniversary, like the Douglas and some of those older planes, which again, it's just there's always a learning curve with some of these planes, that especially the older ones, which are so different from these newer planes. So again, if I had a lot more time, pretty cool to figure out some of those planes. And I guess I always have to remind myself too, is that it's like flight simulation isn't going away anytime soon. It's going to be around. A thing I always keep in the back of my mind is, okay, do I want to buy a payware product? I think right now we're still in a good place where buying payware stuff is going to make sense, but at a certain point, we're going to be getting towards the end of the life cycle of this sim, and they're going to start working on Flight Simulator 2030 or whatever. And it's like, you know, of course, drop $80 on a plane right at the end. Of course, you can always keep flying this one. I mean, there's nothing that says you can't. And I always think it's like that's sort of the drawback in this with the system, is that you're buying all these things that are eventually going to they're not going to port over to the next sim. Hey, there comes the sun, chasing us to Dallas. And now that we're basically over, where are we over now? We're just over Martinsburg, West Virginia, not Virginia, Martinsburg, West Virginia. Was Virginia at one point, that's why, because when I read my Civil War stuff, it's Martinsburg, Virginia at that point. Well, the Shenandoah campaign with Stonewall Jackson and all that, the early war. Crossing down, we're gonna cut a little bit on the north end of Virginia, up in the Shenandoah Valley, Winchester, Strasburg area. That's a crazy area too. Like driving through there, and driving through this area that we're flying over right now, the Shenandoah Valley, which has so much history to it. I mean, the whole East Coast has so much history in the U.S. And especially as a Civil War buff, American Civil War buff. You know, especially I was reading. I think I was literally reading or listening about, you know, the Shenandoah Valley campaigns of the early war with Stonewall Jackson and that, and all these places. And I'm driving through these places in my semi truck, and they're talking about the way the valley works. I'm like, oh, there's the hill that they're literally talking about that right there. I'm driving around like how the valley is split in two by this ridge that goes down the middle of it. And how that was such a strategic point, and you know, the town right at the bottom of the ridge is such a, like, oh, that's so cool. I'm looking right at it. Yeah, those older planes are quite interesting. Same developer of the Spitfire also has an interesting, has the P-38 Lightning. Yep, P-38 Lightning, which was flown by Richard Bong, who is, I believe he's still the top ace in U.S. history. And he's from Wisconsin. He's from my state. A lot of military, big name military people from Wisconsin. You don't really think of Wisconsin like that. I guess you don't really think of most states like that, really. But you actually go through, especially in like the 20th century. You know, I mean, MacArthur, General Billy Mitchell, who was huge in U.S. history and the U.S. military history for, you know, recognized the importance of air power during World War I, and advocated for an expansion and essentially a U.S. Air Force in between the wars. And I think he did he eventually got court-martialed because he did a test using old destroyers, U.S. Navy destroyers, and he, you know, showed, you know, using a biplane or whatever with some bombs, you know, how airplanes have made the Navy obsolete. And I believe he was court-martialed for that, or just for being a general pain in the butt, fighting for, hey, we need to, you know, take air power seriously. So you have, you know, General Mitchell, you know, where you get, I believe, the B-25, the Boeing 25, the B-25 bomber. I think that was the Mitchell bomber. Check that. Named after him. 25. That was the Mitchell. Yep, North American B-25 Mitchell. Obviously, General MacArthur, who was the supreme Allied commander in the Pacific theater during World War II. He was the marshal of the Philippine Army before that. He was chief of staff of the U.S. Army, the military prior, in the 30s. I mean, one of the most decorated generals. I mean, He was the guy in charge of Korea until he got fired from that. Merrick, it seems like a lot of Wisconsinites also get fired from their positions because they run their mouths. You have Mitchell MacArthur, you got and then you got Richard Bong, who was the top fighting ace during World War II. And I didn't realize it because I was at the EAA museum, and they actually have, I don't think it's his actual plane, his actual P-38 Lightning, but they have a P-38 Lightning, and it's done up in his paint scheme, his livery, with his, you know, the picture of his wife on the nose and everything. And I didn't realize this, is that he died, 1944, he flew his last combat mission, and then he went into being a test pilot, and he was killed. He was killed being a test pilot before the war even ended. I never even realized that. Like, oh, that's crazy. Yeah, he's from Superior, Wisconsin, up north. It's amazing how much history there is and how many, I mean, I think we sometimes boil history down so much, and there's so many stories. Everyone has a story. You know, we don't. I think it's always fascinating. I'm always fascinated, and I'm always reminded of the scale when we tend. I don't think we think about the scale of like World War II or the scale of any war to be in any case. But you sometimes, when you read a book about like the Battle of Britain or just this, the production of World War II, and you look, it's like, oh wait, there were hundreds of planes, right? Because we play, we play video games from time to time. That's where we get our either through movies or video games, we get our perception of what it looked like, and then you actually read the numbers of planes that were coming out of a factory in like Willow Run out near Detroit in Michigan. I mean, they were pumping out a bomber, I think, every hour or something. What? One topic a few times more often. That's the thing. I think it's you have such a limited time, and that's where it kind of irritates me here in the U.S. Where I remember, not to get too political or anything, but I remember a few years ago, and I didn't even know this, in like Milwaukee, where I live, was the first city to celebrate Juneteenth, which is a holiday. I believe it happens on June 19th, and it's a holiday that celebrates when the last slaves in Texas were told that they were emancipated, that they were free. And that happened on June 19th, 1865. And I remember a few years ago when it started to become, I don't know if Obama, or maybe it just happened a few years ago, just recently, that Biden signed it in and made it a federal holiday or something. And it gained a lot more. It's been obviously gaining a lot more traction because of the political climate in the last few years. Getting more exposure, which is cool. And I didn't realize that Milwaukee was already a normal thing. But I saw a lot of people complaining. It's like, oh, why were we never told about this? Why was the white man hiding this from everyone? And then the one that really drove me nuts as a historian, as someone who studies history and just follows Civil War history so much, is the people are like, why did the North take so long to tell these people that they were freed? Why didn't they tell them they were freed earlier than 1865? Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation and it went into effect January 1st, 1863. Why did it take 2.5 more years? And I just kind of look at myself, and I just kind of go, because there was the Civil War was going on. There was a war. There were literally hundreds of thousands of Confederate Southern troops who were fighting to preserve slavery in the South, including in Texas, in between Abraham Lincoln and the Union Army and those slaves. The reason those slaves didn't hear about their emancipation until June 19th, 1865 is because that's when it became effective for them. Because, I'm sorry, none of the slave owners were reading Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation to their slaves, saying, hey, guess what? Lincoln says you're free now. So I guess you're free. It's like, no, there was a war. We were literally fighting over it. And I don't know if you've ever been part of a military conflict or studied a military conflict. The enemy has guns. That's typically why you have to, also have guns, and you have to fight to, get a resolution. We had the French Revolution like 2 to 3 times in school. Interesting. French Revolution. Where you're in? Are you in Switzerland or Germany? I believe you're Switzerland, yeah. Germany, okay. So how much do you guys talk about the one topic that I'm assuming that one topic that we probably can't really mention on YouTube? Well, maybe Twitch we can mention, I don't know. They get very weird. YouTube gets very weird about that, where you can't even talk about things, like historic things, in a historic way. I mean, I think that's a good thing. I mean, I think we should probably have it more often here, too. To be honest. Like, I think it should be... There's so much that we should teach. I mean, again, that's what kind of, like, bringing up that Juneteenth thing, where it's like, people are like, oh, why was this never taught to us in school? Why was this hidden from us? It's like, I don't think it was hidden from you. It's just that we have so much history to go over. Now, yeah, maybe you could go, well, maybe this is more important than that. And I'm sure you could make that argument for quite a few things. We usually didn't cover some of the stuff that didn't involve rich, powerful white men. That's typically how history works, is rich and powerful people decide what's going to be taught, and they usually talk about their own good accomplishments. But I distinctly remember going to school, 10, 15, 20 years ago now, going through school and learning about the bad things we did in America too. Now, yeah, did we learn about every single bad thing? No. But again, you got to pick and choose your battles, pick and choose how much you can tell, because you got to tell the good stuff too. You got to tell some good stuff too. Otherwise, everyone's just gonna be like, oh well, everyone's evil. It's like, well, yeah. But guess what? Go look at France. Go look at Germany. Go look at Britain. Go look at South Africa. Go look at India. Go look at China. Go look at Iran, Iraq. Go look at any country, any civilization. It gets pretty. History is not always a good story, or I mean, it's a good story, but it's not always a happy ending, happy story. I mean, it makes sense that you guys 4 or 5 times through the Second World War. I mean, it's kind of a foundational thing, I would think, for in German, for modern Germany, for sure. How far back? I mean, I'd be interested. Like, how far back? I mean, how far back do you do history? Like, how much history do you go? Like, do you do a lot of medieval? Do you go really far back medieval? I always wonder, because we don't even do that really for us. I mean, go back that far. I mean, that's why I think a lot of people think American history or world history starts in 1776, because we don't go too much further, but we basically start maybe 1620 when the Pilgrims landed at Plymouth Rock and Jamestown, and that's where we start American history. Like, well, no, American history, I mean, yeah, that's technically American history, but there was history before that. We came from somewhere. The people that came over on the boats and founded Jamestown and Plymouth, and Boston, Massachusetts, stuff, they came from Europe. They came from Britain, so maybe we should learn about that history. Learn German history too, because a lot of us came from Germany. A lot of our ancestors are German, and we get a lot of our culture from that. But there again is the scope. It's like, how much history can you cover in grade school, middle school, high school, even college? You can't cover it all. You have to give people, I mean, the point of these history classes is to give people a foundation, and then hopefully they understand how to read books and do that. Not a lot of people. Let's see. Once saw someone asking online why German schools do it so often. Simple answer from another dude: to make sure it doesn't happen again. That's a good. I mean, if you teach it right and you actually, you know, go into it and make sure people understand like what really happened there, because it wasn't I think a lot of people get the idea that Germany's just the bad guy in World War I and World War II. And it's like, you look at World War I, and it's like, well, no, World War I, that was a different kind of war. That was a traditional war. It was just everyone, it was territorial, political, everyone was on it, the same thing. World War II gets this different dimension because you did have, you know, you had an extra element to it, which was around in previous wars as well, but I think, and maybe that's just propaganda too. I mean, maybe that's kind of a, we put the blinders on and we go, okay, World War II was different. Maybe it wasn't so different in some ways, because you did have, I mean, the Turkish did horrible things during World War I that we kind of don't talk about as much, because World War II and, you know, the no-no Germans, as one big YouTuber calls them, you know, did some bad, but so did the Soviets, and yeah, but that's history. And I think that's a big problem, I think, with the internet also, is, you know, especially YouTube and a lot of these, you know, the advertiser friendly stuff. It's like, well, we need to talk about these things, and we need to give people who are teaching proper history the ability to teach the proper history. Yeah, you're gonna have wackos and people teaching wrong crap out there too, and guess what? How do you fight wrong crap? By having the good crap out there too, or that good crap, but the good stuff actually out there that's accessible. Then people are just gonna have to be adults. You can't censor everything. Let's see, we did Roman Empire, World Wars, French Revolution, and probably a bit more. I mean, that's probably, I guess we probably did a little bit of that kind of stuff. Yeah, well, I think again, it's creating the foundation. It's like, okay, you know, the broad strokes. It's amazing. You ever watch those videos where they go out on the street, especially in the US? I don't know how much they do it in Europe, if there's anyone that does it in Europe, but you watch the people in the US and they'll ask them, like, oh, who was the president during World War II? Or who was the president during the Civil War? And they'll be like, Bill Clinton, you know, or Obama. Like, they have no clue. I watched some of these, I'm just like, how? Like, they'll ask these questions and I'll just be like, it's like that. I know, because they're such basic level questions. They're like, you know, who was the leader of Germany during World War II, right? It's like, it's just general, you know, you're born and you know it. You know, it's like, by being alive and breathing on this planet, there are some things you should kind of just know. At some point, you just know it. Learn it. Even just by osmosis, almost. But I guess not. Going on, like the Appalachians have a little snow that just melted a whole bunch quickly. Now we're flying out West Virginia. Ooh, we actually got a nice weather pattern we're gonna be crossing into, and really the only way we can avoid the weather pattern would be to go all the way down to like Florida and across. So we're gonna be, should be above it though. Yeah, it looks like we're above it, but yeah, we're gonna have quite a few clouds. I'm guessing it's probably a little bit of snow right down below us, and then it's gonna turn into rain. So it must be that band of weather that we just had. Dropped a bunch of snow on us. A bunch of that thick, wet snow. Last 6. Stone Age, Egypt, Greeks, Romans, and something after Roman there. Yeah, we typically do that too. It's like, you know, it seems like every grade school or middle school history curriculum, or every history curriculum, you start with the Stone Age, and then you You kind of go, you Stone Age, you hit Egypt, you hit the Greeks a little bit, you hit the Romans. Surprisingly, not very detailed on any of those. Like how detailed, it's surprising how not at all close to the reality we usually get from those. And then something after. I don't know what you would do something after. The Dark Ages. And again, right there, I mean, it's amazing how much history there is, and it's always interesting. Like when I love watching. I think that's what's so great about something like YouTube. YouTube's obviously a free, I think, a great entry point, because there's if you ever watch anything like some of these really good educational YouTube video channels, they got their Nebula and stuff like that, which is more paid, and where they can actually do all that real history, talk about the no Germans and not get demonetized and all that stuff. They can actually make money doing really good documentary stuff. Hey Ricky, how you doing? We're just talking about history right now as we flying over the Appalachians, West Virginia in the United States, over a snowstorm right now, and then there'll be a rainstorm as we go through rest of Ohio into Kentucky. I think we're just going to go Ohio into Kentucky, a little bit of Tennessee, down through Arkansas, and then into a little bit of Oklahoma and into Texas and Dallas. Class 7, Holy Roman Empire. Yeah, that's what we'd be after. Well, yeah, because the Roman Empire technically goes basically to the whole... There's like a little gap where... Well, it's still the Roman Empire, but it's not really an empire, and it's not really Roman. And then you get the Holy Roman Empire, which is not really an empire, not really Roman, and not particularly holy, besides the fact that Charlemagne was crowned by the Pope. Middle Ages, Renaissance, or yeah, basically, yeah. I mean, we do all that stuff, right? Where you go all have that kind of broad stroke world history, and it's so broad that you learn basically nothing. Really, get down to it. That's why I love watching. I love watching YouTube videos from people who are passionate about these different things, because you get a video where they talk about the Middle Ages and you can just be engrossed, because it's such an interesting period. I think a lot of people are interested in the Middle Ages, the castles and knights and armor, but we have such a wrong perception of the Middle Ages and the Dark Ages and stuff, because, well, the Dark Ages go from the end of the Roman Empire to basically the period of the Enlightenment. But a lot of stuff happened in those times, and that wasn't dark. I mean, it wasn't like everyone was stupid or, particularly really dark at all. I mean, it was just things were a little bit different. The way things ran were still slightly different. It wasn't the Roman Empire, but it wasn't what would come later. Modern times is middle period. Why we call it the Middle Ages. But we think of, knights in this armor, and it's like, yeah, depending on the time period. Ricky, I'm flying down to Dallas. We're flying Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. We took off from JFK in New York. New York to Dallas. Right, Class 8, we did the French Revolution and Napoleon. See, I think we basically, most of the stuff that you're going through is kind of the same stuff that we did, except we don't really get into the German Confederation that much. That's where it kind of gets weird, because basically everything you've shown is like the, as our curriculum, kind of the broad, when we do kind of the world history section of it, where it's not just, going over a broad swath of world history. We kind of touch on all these things. You get the French Revolution and Napoleon, and then it kind of, at that point, world history then becomes, it goes away for a while until World War I. And then you get back into world history. It goes from the Napoleonic Wars to World War I, and nothing happens in between, because it's weird how that works in America. When we do world history in American history classes, that's what it seems like it always was. I don't recall anything. I never remember really learning much about the German Confederation and stuff. Germany becoming... You learn about... I think you get like, in the 1880s, Germany and Italy actually become countries, but you don't really get much more on that, what happened. What were they before, really? And then obviously Class 9, Weimar Republic, no stuff, politics after Germany after it. You know, that's basically your Class 9 is straight up German history, and we don't give a, you know. Once World War II's done, again, German history, we care about it. We care about German history in as much as how U.S. interacts with Germany, right? The Berlin airlift, the Berlin Wall, the Berlin airlift, and then the wall coming down, and that's about it. I mean, it's not really much to it. And that's what's kind of weird, because like everything up until about the French Revolution, we kind of cover. We get a little bit of a sprinkling of that, and then it's like, okay, now once we get to the French Revolution, now the U.S. is kind of in full swing, and then we kind of move right into U.S. history, and we forget that the rest of the world is separate. We become very U.S.-centric once the U.S. gets on the scene with our history classes, which is, I guess, understandable to a certain extent, because again, as I've been saying, there's just so much history to cover. And that's why I bring up again that concept of like the Juneteenth holiday, where there were people. I remember that a few years ago, people getting really upset. It's like, why was this not taught in schools? And the big one that just made me chuckle and made me kind of just got another plane coming out of the other direction towards us, was why weren't those slaves freed earlier than that? Why did they take so long? Why did the Northerners take so long to tell them that they were freed? It's like, if they didn't, that's it. They told them as soon as they got down there to Texas that they were freed. It took until the end of the war and a month or two after the war ended for them to get down there. You know, distance exists, and the war technically did not end on April 9th or whatever when Lee surrendered. I mean, it didn't all end immediately. There was still stuff out, especially out in the West, which is Texas. When you had a number of Confederates, Southern, hardcore Confederates who, they didn't surrender. They went south. They went into Mexico. And a lot of them, you see it even today. This is the crazy thing. You go down to like Brazil. I remember we had someone in on, I've had some people come, that there's that one girl from Brazil who's come into the chat, and she's talked about it, where it's like, oh, we're doing I don't know what event, what it's called, but the pictures is like they had Confederate flags. They're all dressed like they're from the 1860s Confederacy, and I'm like, that's weird. But then you read, and it's like, oh yeah, a lot of Confederates who never surrendered, they moved down to Brazil, and then they died, but they had children down there, and they have this kind of heritage thing, which is so disconnected from American history now, where they don't, we don't think about it, and how many people in Brazil really care about it, because it doesn't really affect their history that much. Let's see, Class 10, Empire of Alexander the Great. Well, that's weird. Then you go back to Alexander. You're up around 1500. American Revolution, imperialism again, decolonization. And sorry, yeah, we'd always have our fourth grade. So in America we do. Well, when I went to school, I went to kindergarten, then first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, all the way up through grade 12, which is the end of high school, and then you go off to college, or you go to trade school or whatever you do, right? So fourth grade in my state in Wisconsin is that our social studies class, which is our like history, civics class, we study Wisconsin. We do a lot on Wisconsin. We learn the counties. We learn about what geography, all that stuff about specifically our state. So similar concepts right there. All right, class 11 and 12 are a bit different depending on if you took basic or intensified. Yep. Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking kind of, there's a little bit, I would guess you probably do a little bit more about Europe, which makes sense. Decolonization, that's something I don't remember really that much about that. And then obviously you have your specific country stuff. Yeah, probably. But I even think back to like some of my history courses. I was a history major in college, and so I took, obviously I took History 101, History 102, History 201, History, I took almost every history class that we had on offering. Now, those early history classes, it was very broad stroke, right? Those classes, I didn't have to study for the tests. It was, very basic names, dates, kind of stuff. But then the later classes were, more intense in the fact that we had to read really thick books, like really big books on, like, I still haven't finished the book on George III, the last king of America. I still haven't finished. I still haven't. I pick it up every once in a while to read someone. It's like, maybe that'll be the next book I read. I'm reading Lord of the Rings again right now. But I really like reading actual books, like physical books. It's easier on my eyes and easier to read than on a phone or something. And I still have my George III, but I still have a number of my books. I think I have almost all my books from college still. And I have the George III one. I still haven't finished it. Because it's really academic. It's everything. They talk about everything. It's not your lay person history, right? It's a history book. Every single sentence has a citation. Which I like. I like those kind of books, but they take long to read, especially if you're not in that. Just I'm plowing through this and reading it, and I probably read half the books that we were supposed to read in our history classes, and I would just skim and I'd find the answers when I had to write because those later classes, it wasn't just writing an answer anymore. You had to write a 3, 4, 5, 6 page essay to answer the question. I didn't read the book, really. I guess I'll bullcrap here for 6 pages. Oof. 5 hours. Oh, week. Yeah, in regular school, like in primary school, secondary school, your grades, your grade school through high school, yeah, you never really read a lot of books for history class, I can recall. Like we'd read like articles, or we'd read little snippets from books or whatever, from diaries or something, but it was never, or from the textbook. You'd have your textbook reading, but it was never. Once you get to college, that's always the interesting thing about college, is you do have textbooks, but then you also, depending on the courses, like you just have straight up books. Like here's a history book, here's a book about this topic, here's a book about the Chinese, the history of China, or here's a book about, here's a book about the life and times of people in the 1400s. Equivalent to colleges? I would assume it's the same as university. University college is the same, right? You're about, it's when you're 17, 18, 19 years old. You've got your diploma, your high school diploma, your secondary education diploma. Because I think in Germany, don't you guys do don't you have like a test in like 5th grade, like when you're like around 12 years old, 10, 11, 12 years old, you have a test, and that kind of puts you on a track, which blows me away, because I think that seems like, wow, that seems like a really young point to be stuck on a track where it's like, okay, you're on the college track, you're on the university track, you're going to become you're going to go to school for, what is it, like an aptitude, or is it just kind of go off of your, this is what I kind of learned in, what was it? In our German language class, actually, because our German teacher actually lived in Germany for a while. Okay, so they kind of go off of your performance and what you're like as a student. Oh, okay, you're not stuck. Is it more of like a suggestion or like an aptitude kind of thing where they kind of go, hey, you know what, you seem like you're more of a, you seem to be kind of the person that's going to fit more in a trade versus you're someone who, can go, we think you can go do university and get into, that higher, master's, doctorate, I'm trying to think what kind of people university is for, but that, that kind of thing, right? Not because it's not just for doctors and lawyers. I mean, obviously doctors, lawyers, that, but for that track versus trades where you're going to go and learn electrical. You're going to learn, or where does things go? I can't remember how many tracks they even said there were. I felt like there were like, what, 3 tracks? You had college, which, college is the way you gotta go, right? Trade, and then okay, you're just dumb, you're gonna become a garbage truck driver. And I was like, wow, that's kind of harsh. Which is kind of funny because, I mean, I'm working a job that you do not need any education. Maybe they want you to have a high school diploma, a GED, right? The equivalency thing. If you didn't get it, if you dropped out or something, you go back later and take the test. But it's you need a high school diploma, which everyone in America should have, right? You're required to go to school through high school, so you should have it. There are people that don't because they dropped out, and you're allowed to drop out at a certain point. But it's I work a job. I mean, a semi-truck driver. I'm a local truck driver, and I make $80,000 a year, which is good money, which is pretty good. It's $30,000 over the average American family income, and I'm making that alone. But now again, I work 60 hours a week. I get that because I do 20 hours of overtime almost every week. If I'm not working overtime, I'm not making good money. Great money, but it's still better than a lot of people are making, especially for a job that doesn't require any, education-wise, nothing. You do need truck training, you need a CDL training, but again, that's kind of and that money is more than if I was a teacher. I think I've seen a clip, I don't know what show it's from, what movie it's from, but where the teacher was, the kid was messing around in class. There's a kid that, troublemaker in class or just has the grades or whatever it is, and the teacher, teacher's like, you're gonna grow up and just be a garbage truck driver. And the kid's like, the kid comes to the board, he's like, okay, how much do you, I think it was a math question. He's like, okay, how much money do you make, teacher? And the teacher's like, well, I make $30,000 a year. And he's like, okay, well, I looked and garbage truck drivers make, $50,000 a year. So I do the math, I'm going to be making $20,000 a year more than you. So it's quality of life too. We have gymnasium, the highest type of school which grants you access to uni. Okay. Yeah, so you have to go to a certain school to even be eligible to go on to university. Yeah, so if you don't go to gymnasium, you're kind of out of luck, right? Realschule, which is a bit lower, and Hauptschule, which is lowest. Okay. Schule. My German sounds sometimes. We have gymnasium. Yeah, and that's a big difference from the U.S. We just have public school, or we do have private schools also. But basically, you have your public schools, and you can be a great student at public school and go to college. You might be a lousy student and not go to college, but you're in the same class. Maybe as the gift, if you're a really, really good student, you can maybe take take advanced classes, obviously, stuff. But then you have private schools, which, especially where I live, the city I live, if with a lot of the population here, you know, the inner city, if you want your kid to succeed and go to, you know, go on a college track, you're a parent that really cares about that. You're sending your kid to one of our religious schools that we have. Like my mom works at at our high school, in our church, you know, in our church organization here, and almost every student that goes through that high school goes on to college. They graduate and they go to college. And these are kids that are, you know, white upper middle class kids, you know, middle class, upper middle class. They live in the suburbs. And they're kids that are from the inner city. Their parents, you know, get food stamps, but they get the school choice and they send their kids to, you know, that's a big argument here in America. It's like, oh, we shouldn't have school choice. These kids should be going to public school, and the money should be all going to public school to make the public schools better. And a lot of these parents, these low-income parents, are like, I don't want to send my kids to public school because that's where they're going to get into drugs and into gangs, and they're going to fail at, you know, I want them to get out of this cycle. I'm sending them over here where they're going to get a great education. They're going to have great role models. You know, and then I'm sure in the last few years there's been a lot of pushback where it's like, oh, you're just racial components again. Like, oh, you're just teaching them to be white or something. It's like, well, no. Teaching them to succeed. Teaching them to, you know, again, there's a big difference between, you know, go to the inner city and, you know, anywhere in America, the inner cities, and it's a whole different world. And I know it's always really inspiring. I'm like, see these kids, they come out and it's like where they came out of, and then they come through and now they're going to college and they're this or that, or they're, you know, they're just amazing. I mean, they're doing better things than I am. I'm sitting around in a truck and wandering whatever privilege I had, you know. I guess I have the privilege to do that. For the others, I think either even switch or get a technical college entrance qualification, which is not quite uni qualification, but close. Well, yeah, but, and again, that's what I think. It's like those lower ones, like the real shul, probably. It's like people that go there, it's like they're still gonna be able to go on to technical school and learn a trade, right? Which can be really good paying, to the point of even paying more than a lot of the people that are going to be going to uni. I mean, that's a big thing. It's like, that's a big thing here in America. Is like, there's a growing segment of the population that's starting to realize that this concept of college is the goal. Have started to realize, like, no, it's not the goal. And we've done that for probably 2-3 generations now. You know, my parents, my generation, the generation coming up right behind me, like, we're all told it's like you're a failure if you don't go to college. And it's still an entry to barrier or a barrier to entry for quite a few jobs, where it's like they want you, that's like a tick on a checkbox that you need to check off on your resume. I went to university and got a 4-year degree. Doesn't matter what you got a degree in. Doesn't matter if you were a good student, as long as you graduated. And there's a lot of people going, it's like, well, wouldn't it just be better, instead of going to university, racking up hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt, and partying for 4 years and then graduating? Wouldn't it be better if some of these people who are just not built for these jobs or for university instead went to a trade school for 2 years, learned to become an electrician, learned to be a plumber, learned to be an HVAC, you know, heating, you know, that kind of stuff, which are really good paying jobs, welders, high in demand jobs, really good paying jobs. You know, not everyone needs to go to university, but you're looked at as less than if you don't. I think it's starting to shift a little bit, especially when you see a lot of university students are the ones in massive amount of debt, and they're working at coffee shops trying to make ends meet. Whereas the guy over there in high school who wasn't great in class and hung out in the shop, and he then went into welding or went into plumbing or whatever, he went to a techno school, got his certifications, he's got his own business, he's making 6 figures or something, you know, no debt. a lot of people say it's like, well, yeah, but college, everyone should have a college education because it makes you a better citizen. It's like, well, then maybe what we should be doing is not that you need to have a college education to be a better citizen. We should need to be making our public schools make you be a better citizen, because that's the required. We're required to be in school for 10 years. From kindergarten through 10th grade. Once you're like 16, 17, 18, somewhere in there, you can actually drop out because you're no longer required. But we're required to go for a significant portion of our childhood. Why not? That should be the point where you're getting people to be good citizens, teaching them civics and teaching them why how to function in a society together. And then college, university is going to take you to the next step. It's going to prepare you for a certain career track or a certain education track, right? A certain kind of education. I don't know. Well, that's a big difference there too. It's like Germany, it's free, it's almost free, versus here where it used to be almost free. It's always funny when people talk about, like, we have to be careful when we talk about money in terms of time, because obviously you have inflation. It was like my mom, she went to college for like a couple $1,000s. Now a couple $1,000 is going to get you your books at a university now. Of course, there's inflation. So, okay, what's a couple $1,000s back in the 1980s versus now, right? But I think even when usually when people do that, they go back and they adjust things for inflation, it's still ridiculously more expensive than it would be even with inflation, what it used to be, right? So that's the crazy part. 300. That's probably what my brother paid, but he had full scholarships. That's what it was. His college was paid for because he was smart, or he got the grades and knew how to suck up and write the right, do the applications and stuff. €300. You couldn't buy a textbook for €300 over here. And over here, the professors, I don't know if the professors do this on purpose or if the school makes them do this, but they change the book, they change the curriculum enough every year and change the textbook they're using every year, so that you always have to buy a new book. The next student always has to buy a new. No one can resell their books because, oh, well, hey, I got this $300 math textbook. Oh, you're taking Math 101. Do you want to buy this for me? I'll sell it to you for $200. You'll save $100 versus buying a new one at the bookstore. Well, the university doesn't like that. They want their cut, and so what do they, and the textbook companies want their cut, right? What do? Oh, you guys have to change your curriculum, or you have to rotate through the books every few years or whatever it is. Like, the math textbooks don't change that much. Math doesn't change that much that you need a new textbook in. That's how they like to screw us. And it's funny because they do it, and they do it. It's like, well, because, we don't want people. Like, you're preying on the poorest people in the whole system. You're preying on a bunch of kids who are trying to get an education, get their lives started, and you're like, yeah, here, buy this $500 textbook, and you're not gonna be able to sell it. This is a book that is gonna be completely useless to you after this class, because seriously, are you ever, I bought that George III book. I think I paid $60 for it. Because that's how much the book costs at a bookstore, an actual bookstore. If you went to Barnes & Noble, you went to Amazon, you'd buy that book for $40 to $50, $60, whatever it is whatever it says on the cover. It's a book. I'll be able to read it. I could give it to a library. I could sell it if I wanted to. No one, it's always going to be that book. Versus, I have a math textbook. I think I still have. I'm stuck with it. Who's going to buy a math textbook from me? Except for someone who collects math textbooks. I'm sure there's someone, but $98.70 payment to Sturendewerk Saarland. $1.30 or €1.30 personal accident, theft, and public liability insurance. $1.30 or €1.30 for that? What, €1.30 like every day? Man, I pay probably, I want to say I pay like $5, $6, $7, $10 a week for that coverage from my job now, for accident and insurance coverage like that. €13 payment to General Student Committee, €50 administrative charge, and €130 semester travel ticket. So, yeah, basically free. I mean, €600, $600, $700 versus for a year versus $30,000, $40,000 for a year. Now I might be wrong. I might be including that 30, 40,000 might be including student housing. Might be, but sometimes it doesn't. And the travel ticket grants you free public €130. Yeah, I mean, I suppose you could use for 6 months. You guys actually have public transport too. I wish this drone camera wouldn't tip over like that. So many clouds. Oh, it said like unlucky before. This is Uncle Ryan's what? I have a feeling like this is telling me, give me a message. Uncle Ryan's Rammered La Lug. Yeah, we had books all the time. Now, I mean, you weren't required to get the book. You could, I mean, I suppose you could get away with not buying the book. There were some books I probably didn't get. I mean, I suppose you could share books, but yeah, it's a whole different thing. Right. Got an hour 45 to go. We're about halfway. We are over state of Kentucky. Oh. Not much to see besides the clouds. Okay, that looks like a mountain ridge right there. I want to say I did that a few times, like again with like real books, like with history classes. I think there were a few books that I was able to check out. I was able to find at the campus, either the campus library or at the public library. I was able to find that book, and then there were some books that just simply they were so new that the libraries didn't have them yet. And but when it comes to textbooks, you're kind of out of luck, right? You know. Unless for some reason the library has that book on file, but that's good. Yeah, I did move away from home because we lived up in northern Wisconsin, and then I only went to a college, not technically, but it's the same thing. I mean, it's just a university is a collection of colleges, and I just was one college because there wasn't that many. It wasn't that big, but same kind of degree. but my college is here in Milwaukee, where I live now. And so my freshman year, my first year, I lived in campus housing, which was nice because you get to meet everyone and, you make all your friends and everything. And then the first semester of my second year, I lived off campus, but in still campus housing, but it was off the main campus, and it was apartment, but it was a college apartment. Nothing fancy. They were really old apartments that have since been torn down because when we were living in them, they were really old. And they built, actually, those apartments are right next to the high school where my mom works now, and where my parents actually went to high school when they were younger. And they tore down those apartments where I lived my second year, and they built new apartments, brand new, fancy, really fancy, nice they built like fancy dorms for foreign exchange students that go to the high school. And one of them is actually, and my parents always take one of them in during like the holidays. And they always seem to get like a Chinese student now, because I guess my wife is Chinese. And like the other day, like last week, I showed you guys a picture of that. Got one of those, I forget her name, but one of the high school students, one of my mom's students, came over and they made dumplings with I think she's from the same area as my wife, which is pretty cool. Same part of China, same city. So every time she comes over, I ask her, it's like, where are you from? Where are you from exactly in Hangzhou? Because I lived in Hangzhou. Like, I know, if you told me the street you lived on, I probably went past your house. We probably been past your house while you were there, when you were a younger kid. That's the crazy thing to think about, is that when I first started, a number of my students, when I first started teaching, I swear, there's probably, I started teaching in China. Hey, Chris. Welcome in. We're flying over all the storms here in the middle of the U.S. right now. That's all rain clouds below us. Had snow before. But when I first started teaching in China was 2010. And obviously I had students who were high schoolers, so those students are long out of college at this point. But I had kids who were middle school. They're probably in college or out of college at this point. But I even think of the littlest kids. They were 5 years old. So now they're just about to go to college. Some of those kids who were peeing their pants and just being ridiculous. They're now going. That's it blows my mind. My wife, she'll tell me, it's oh yeah, so and so's getting ready to go to college. I'm like, who? I'm oh, you remember, here, she'll show me a picture from our class from when I first, 2012, and they're in the little kindergarten class. It's oh, so they're going to college. I'm like, what? What do you mean they're going to college? Ooh, feeling old. Chris, can't wait to play this game. Just won a giveaway on another channel. Awesome. And the prize was a copy of this game. Now completely own it. The only issue now is saving money for a yoke. Yeah, yokes are expensive. Well, it depends on the yoke. Let me see. Let's take a look. I know the TCA Boeing yoke, which is the yoke I would love. I don't think I'll ever get it though. At least not right now. Did I meet my wife before? No, I met her in China. She is from China. And so the foreign exchange student who's from China, she's from literally the same city that we lived in. Not from the same town that my wife's from, but from the same city we lived in when we were teaching there, which is the big city about an hour away from where my wife is from. And where we actually own an apartment now. I haven't gotten any of my old students to come over here. I think one of my students was asking us, what would be a good school to come over for high school over here? Well, the school my mom teaches at, which is right down the road from where we live. In fact, you could, maybe you could stay with us. I don't know. Give us, instead of paying the school dorm fees, you just pay us and we'll take you to school. But I don't know. My wife is looking into doing that because she's met a few people who, she's actually met a few people who they actually take in foreign exchange students from China, and they make pretty good money doing it because parents over there from China will pay them all the expenses plus extra, and it's like you can make a good living just doing that. Not a ton of work. Sun coming up over there. The sunrise is starting to kind of creep over, catch us. Part of me wanted to do this flight so I could see the U.S., the farms and everything, but then I did it early morning for the flight time. But even if we were doing this midday flight time, we still really wouldn't see a ton below us because of the clouds. We'd get to see all the, I think the clouds would be a little bit easier to see maybe on your end, but they're looking really, really cool. Let's see, Chris, saving right now for the Hotas one since playing on console, and it's really not that expensive, but honestly rather save money since California gas is expensive and generally life expenses are bad. Yep. Yeah, I really don't have much room to do much of anything at this point. I work all the time, and that pays the bills and our food and maybe eating out once in a while. Yeah, let's see. So I'm looking at the Thrustmaster, the TCA, I believe it's the Boeing. Yeah, the Boeing edition yoke. Ooh, it's on sale right now for $349.99, down from $499.99. There you go. What other ones are there? There's the Honeycomb. Is Honeycomb the one that has? I think the Honeycomb yoke is probably cheaper. Not that much cheaper. $249. If you want the pedals and things, yep, it's ridiculous. I'm trying to figure out how I even got the cheap ones I got here. Let's see. Yeah, that happens sometimes. Sometimes your university can be a really big, popular international university, even though you're in a smaller area. I'm trying to think of some in the U.S. that are like that. There are, I mean, probably quite a few that are in the middle of nowhere, in a small state. They're big time. Big computer science school. Yeah, I haven't done a lot. I haven't flown a lot of Texas that I can think of here in Flight Simulator. I might have. Maybe not. Like, you know, the last time I probably looked at textured areas, or at least the satellite imagery, it might have been when I was in X-Plane and I had the photo imagery for the whole country, and it was actually really good. At least at high levels. I think once you got lower as anything. We'll see. As you can see, not a ton going on out there. Just clouds. But man, those volumetric clouds look really good. All right, we still have another 594 miles to go. A whole flight, a whole typical flight for this world tour. We're starting to get to the part of the world tour where we're going to start stretching our legs on these planes. You know, 4, 5, 6 hour flights, especially once we hit the Pacific. Probably will be a few of these flights will get a little bit of time acceleration, especially when we're in the PMDG planes. Those handle time acceleration really well. Get the fly-by-wire. We could probably do this one right now. We're getting almost 50 frames per second because every time you accelerate time, also like your time multiplier, if you double your time, your frame rate usually gets cut you know, a decent portion of your frame rate gets cut. And I know for the fly-by-wire, they've limited it to you'll only be able to go 2 times speed because they've limited to 2 times speed because fly-by-wire, the systems, if you go faster than that or your frame rates get too low, they'll mess up with the systems. But I suppose if you have high enough frame rate, you should be able to go faster, I think. But I think they just put that as a fail-safe. They didn't want people having trouble. Now the PMDG, you can go all the way up to 16 times speed or 32 times speed. You can go as high as you want. Obviously, it'll get pretty bad once you get past 8 times speed. 4 times, like the Boeing, you can do some nice long flights. You can stretch that thing to the max like distance. I mean, you could probably do an 8-hour flight, and you could do that 8-hour flight and get it done in about 2.5 hours. Go 4 times speed the whole time. And they got like adaptive speed, adaptive accelerated time on the Boeings as well, the PMDGs. Oh, you can start seeing a little bit down there. Clouds clearing up. What airport is that? That might be the... I'm guessing that's Portland Municipal Airport. Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell because there's like about 6 or 7 airports right in that area going that direction. Just going over Bowling Green right now. What a year! Yeah, time flies. Well, big thing is I don't really stream at night anymore. I've only been on the last couple weeks at night because I've been working night shift again, as I was doing a year ago. But I'm gonna be going back to day shift right here. So I might not be able to watch me too much, unfortunately. Just glad to have. I've been running into a number of people that it's like, oh, I used to watch you, and I haven't watched you in a long time. I'm like, yeah, that's because my schedule is completely opposite of what it was when you first started watching. Nasty looking clouds out there. Nice. How do you accidentally hit the F4? Yeah, that's not good. Ugh. That's a bummer too, because if he was flying real time, that's like what, 6, 7, 8 hour flight, and unless he knocked it out pretty early in the flight. Yeah, unfortunately. Fortunately, I've never accidentally bumped the F4 button. I don't know how many times people are like, oh, someone tells you to press the F4 button, don't do that. They'll say that, and then like 5 seconds later, they'll be like, hey, you should press the F4 button. I'm like, what? You just told me not to listen to someone who says that. Now you're going to try to get me, how dumb do you think I am? Look at a little bit, I think a little bit earlier landing than we had when we landed in New York last flight. I thought we were going to probably land in New York and it was going to be still just the sunrise, and by the time we got landed it was full on morning. Here we got an hour and a half. We are, it's gonna be, right now it's about 5:41 in Dallas, I think. 6:41 in Dallas. No, 4:41 in Dallas. We're behind an hour. I'm 4 hours, I am, I believe 4 or 5 hours ahead. I can't remember. Oh, we got daylight savings time coming up too. I don't even, who knows. I'm not on live time, so that doesn't matter, but I set the in-game time to this now. Yeah, so it's 5 hours ahead of my real time. So it should be 5:41. I set, and it might be, I don't know if we're still east or, you know, it might be 4:41 going to Central Time. We should be kind of an early, be landing, it'll still be kind of dark. Ugh, no. Technical support question. Guess how many percent of people failed my math class? I don't know. I don't know what kind of. I can't remember. Did we go ahead? Are we going ahead? I mean, obviously everything's gonna, like my phone and the you know, everything, all the clocks on the computer go on their own. Going. Of course, we have to have all the articles about how they. Why won't this just go away? Actually, I think right now we're returning to standard time, I believe, right? I think during the summer we're at the time it should be, and during the winter we roll it the other way, or is it vice versa? I just know that someone in like our Congress, someone was like, we should keep it at this. It's like, no, we should keep it at the other one. You want to keep it at the weird time where we actually change the clocks versus what time it should really be. You want to keep it at the saving, you know, at the savings time versus keeping it at just normal time. And you should really just keep it at the normal time. Yeah, so we lose an hour of sleep tonight. Yeah, they want to make, they keep saying, yeah, Congress keeps talking about how they want to just keep they just want to keep daylight saving time permanent. Like, no, because if you keep it permanent, summer you don't need the savings time, really. You know, if we just had it permanently at the time it is right now, we'd be fine during the summer. Going with daylight savings time, though, during the winter season is going to be a mess because it's going to be incredibly dark. Right? Yeah, because right now, like during the winter, you know, the sun comes up, like, you know, during the winter when you go to normal time, the sun is coming up at like maybe 6:30, 7 o'clock is by the time the sun starts coming up in the morning, right? If you permanently put daylight savings time where we're not another hour ahead, in the middle of winter, it's gonna be incredibly dark when people are driving to work. The sun's not gonna come up till 8, and then or 7 or 8, and then in the evening it's gonna be, you know, it's gonna go. I mean, it'll go down later in the evening. I guess it'll be nicer for the afternoon, evening, I suppose. But you know, the point of daylight savings time. Like, if you don't think it's worth anything, the place where you fix it is you get rid of the savings time part. You get rid of the spring forward, which is what we're doing now. You get rid of the summer 1 hour ahead of where it should be. Go with standard time. You don't save the thing that is useless if you don't think it's weird. 75% of the class failed? Oof. Before summer, you put the chairs in front of the restaurant. Oh, okay. Well, I think we say what? We say spring forward. Spring forward and fall back, but I think even that's always confusing for some reason. Or what it means. Well, because I think what happens is people, it's like, yeah, if we just did spring forward and fall back, or, you know, like your thing, we just talked about what the clock is doing. But I think what a lot of people do then is like, am I losing an hour of sleep or am I gaining an hour of sleep? It's like, okay, just worry about changing clocks and then you'll know. Because if you're moving ahead an hour, you know, but people want to know how it's affecting their sleep, and maybe I don't think the solution is to keep the spring forward. I think it's to just get rid of it. Get rid of it right now and just keep the time, because like, so for example, right now when I'm walking to work lately, and I've been working at night, but it'll be similar to the morning. I'm walking home from work at like 6 o'clock in the morning. The sun is up now. It's starting to come up earlier and earlier and earlier. And then in the evening when I'm walking to work, the sun is up and goes down, is starting to go down, but it's still up. If you spring forward, it'll now be dark again in the morning when I start going to work for a while. And then in the evening, it will be dark again. So it's kind of weird. Is it true that many Americans can't read analog clocks? I'm sure it is. I'm sure it is. I think we get a bad rap. Honestly, I think we get a bad rap because, like I said, it's like, I don't know how many videos you see, how many times they go out on the street and ask people on the street questions out of the blue. People on the streets in Germany or France or stuff. I'm sure it's probably pretty similar in those countries. You know, everywhere there's a fair share of idiots. People that just are completely clueless. And it's like, how are you functioning, you know? But it is always those. I think it's perception because we have so many, because there is the idea that Americans are dumb, and then what do? We then there's how many YouTube shorts and TikTok videos and late night TV shows where they go out on the road, on the street in New York City usually, and ask random people walking down the sidewalk, you know, stuff like, hey, name every state that starts with the letter A. That's like, okay, well, first of all, you're hoping that this person knows all 50 states and can just name them off the top of their head, and not, you know, name them off the top of their head, and then also, while they're doing that, realize what letter it starts with, right? Like, I could tell you if you showed me a map, or if I made a mental map and really, you know, took my time, which is very hard to do when you have a microphone in your face and a camera and you're on the street. You know, so sometimes I have to give credit to some of these people. It's like, yeah, they of course they're gonna screw it up. They're gonna miss that or something. And maybe that's not. Yeah, or they do that, right? And I would argue that, like, for me, I can see that right away. I'm very good at, you know, I can tell, and I don't know if it's from doing, you know, I'm real big on maps too. I don't know if it's from that, or I know the other day when I was flying, where was I flying? Oh no, I wasn't flying, but I was watching a video of the International Space Station, like a time lapse of it rotating, going around the Earth, and you see the Earth just spinning around underneath it, because it's sped up so that, you know, you see the 90-minute rotation, but only take, you know, the 90-minute of it going around the Earth, but only takes like 5 minutes, so it's obviously going way fast. And the path it was taking, it was going down across Europe, but down, you know, it was going southeast across, you know, it was going down over Europe. And I pointed to my wife, I'm like, look, oh, you see that chunk of lights right there? That's Israel, and there's the Nile River. You can see the light stream right down, you know, and it was night there. And she's like, how do you know that? I'm like, because I can, you know, I know my landmarks and I can tell what something looks like. And we're going from the upside down. We're facing south. So, yep, exactly. So when I watch those videos, and it's like, oh, name the country this flag is from. And again, typically, the reason why I roll my eyes, and a lot of us roll our eyes, you know, and again, you know, a lot of people roll their eyes at this, is because it's usually something pretty easy. It's like, it's not as if they're showing you a picture of the Turkmenistan flag, or they're showing you a picture of, or showing you a picture, for example, of Indonesia versus Poland, right? And trying to get you, aha. It's usually something pretty easy. It is usually like Switzerland or Japan, or it's you know, one that you should just, again, one of those ones where you think everyone would know it because it's kind of the default, like 3 or 4 countries that everyone knows. But again, whenever I watch videos like that, I kind of realize, like, okay, I guess it's not general common knowledge. You know, like I said, like the one question, like who won World War II? And I think someone said Germany. And it's like, you had so many other options you could have got, you would have been right, and you picked the one. You picked one of 3 that definitely didn't. Yep, Indonesia, Poland, and Monaco. Yeah, Monaco's also red and white. Up it, yeah. Yep. I'm trying to think which other ones there are. I'm trying to think, I saw one where the title was like, oh, this girl's super smart because she just rattled off all the presidents in order. But I think they were counting, and when they counted it, she had the wrong number, and I could have sworn she skipped someone. I knew she skipped someone. I was like, no, she did she? I think I had to go back and watch it again because I could have sworn she skipped a president. I was like, she skipped so and so. And they didn't even notice that she skipped so-and-so because they were so impressed that she basically had every other one in the exact order, right? But he did skip someone and missed one. But it was still impressive because, again, most people, they can name Obama and Trump and Biden. And it's amazing that sometimes they can't even name like a Lincoln or a Washington or something. You know, they can maybe get most recent couple. That's about it. Yep, Ireland and the Ivory Coast. Yeah, you have Liberia and Malaysia both have the... I don't know if Malaysia has 13 stripes. I always wonder about that. Asian flag. Oh no, it does have... Oh no, Malaysia ends with a white one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14. Ah, Malaysia's got the extra one. And 11, 12, 13, 14. Checking because I kind of have this cut off a little. Yeah, so Malaysia has they had that one white stripe at the bottom, and then obviously they got the star on the moon. Makes it quite different. Yeah, I could do it if you put it. I mean, the thing with U.S. state ones is they're actually pretty easy because a lot of them have the state name on it, but they can be a little difficult because almost all of them are blue, and they just have a state seal on it, and they're incredibly lazy, horrible flags. But let's go. As we're talking about flags, and I like flags. Who doesn't like them? A lot of people, but I like flags. You like flags. CGP Gray loves flags. Who are some other people I know on the, you know, Drew Undil or whatever. Well, if you know what the stars and stripes represent, you should know. Oh, well, yeah, we have 13 stripes, which represent the original 13 colonies, the original British colonies. And then we have the 50 stars. Oh, you meant you can't name them all. Yeah. Like, I can name them all. Again, for me, it's like I would... The states I'd have to... Again, the easiest way to do something like that, I think, always, is you have to have a way to make sure you got them all. Versus just counting on your fingers. Because you're going to forget if you need to do it in alphabetical order, or you need to do it in... I think geographical order is much better to do it in, because you can then go, okay, yeah, I forgot that state. What state is that? Because you can visualize what's there. Versus trying to do an alphabetical order and going like, okay, Alaska... What we got? So Alaska, Alabama, or I beat Alabama, Alaska. No, Alaska, Alabama. No, Alabama, Alaska. I'm trying to think which one would be technically alphabetical order, right? Alabama, Alaska, Arizona, and I'm sure I'm already forgetting one because is there another A1, right? You know, and then you have to kind of start thinking like what are states, what they, yeah, it goes so much slower. California, Delaware, no, California, Connecticut. You know, see, it's a lot harder. Whereas if I'm just going up and down the coast, I can tell you. Here, let's see, U.S. state flag. Thick. No, we should do like a ranking. Best strategy that stuck for me is for locating Kentucky is imagining the cook cooking a chicken. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it is kind of like a chicken wing or a drumstick or something. Yeah, like right here, this is a great way to, like when I think about my states, it's like I just think like this, right? Because I can go Washington, Oregon, California, Arizona, Nevada, Idaho, Montana, Wyoming, Nevada, New Mexico, Colorado, Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, Nebraska, South Dakota, North Dakota, Minnesota, Iowa, Missouri, Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi. And we'll kind of go across here. Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, Florida, South Carolina, North Carolina, Tennessee, Kentucky, Virginia, West Virginia, Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, Wisconsin, Michigan, Maryland, Delaware, Jersey, Pennsylvania, New York, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, Vermont, New Hampshire, and Maine. Then you have Alaska, Hawaii, and you have your Puerto Rico. And I even know the flags because I do so many of the flags on this. There's the Virgin Islands right here. This is Guam. This one. Is that the Mariana? That must be the Mariana Island. Oh. I was like, it's showing me... It's 5 territories, but it's not showing me. Oh no, right there. Okay, that one. And then you got the American Samoa, and then you got DC right there. Yep, if I would do... No, I don't know. Let's see. Let's look at like... Europe. Map of Europe. Yeah, so if I'm doing Europe, I'm going to go like... Look here. At Europe, I would just go up and down, right? Go like Portugal, Spain, France... Belgium, Netherlands, Luxembourg, Switzerland, Italy. Obviously, you got Monaco and Andorra in there. Corsica, but that's France. Italy, Malta down here. Liechtenstein, Germany, Denmark, UK, Ireland, Iceland. Norway, Sweden, Finland, Russia, I believe it's Estonia, Lithuania, or Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, I believe. Or is it Estonia? I forget. These are the three I get mixed up. Which order? I don't have those perfectly in my head. Which order they are? Belarus, Ukraine, Moldova, Romania, Bulgaria, Turkey, Greece, Macedonia, or the... Is it Macedonia now, or North Macedonia? Whatever the name of it is now. It keeps changing. Albania, I believe this is. Kosovo, Yugoslavia, Croatia's this one. Slovenia. These I get confused. There's a few I can't remember always. This would be Hungary. Austria, Czech Republic, Slovakia, Poland, the Kaliningrad or whatever part of Russia. Well, most of them. Crete. Yeah, North Macedonia. I think it was for a while. It was what the former Republic of Yugoslavia, former Yugoslavian Republic of Macedonia. It was like Farayam or whatever for short. As we start getting the... Yep, Fyrom. I was like, what the heck is Fyrom? Oh, former Yugoslavian Republic of Macedonia. And then they finally just said, yeah, okay, we're North Macedonia. Yeah. Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania. Okay, yeah, that's... Is that what I said? Oh yeah. Now we're talking. Always gotta have a good sunrise, right? Well, that's the sun right there. That's starting to shine through the clouds. I'm just gonna spin through a few of these flags while we're watching the sunrise. So we got Alabama here, which still evokes. I think that's the St. James Cross. I think might be wrong, but obviously, I think that's because I think that's the St. James Cross because it's Spanish. I think that's the Spanish cross, right? And Alabama used to be part of Alabama used to be part of Florida and all that. But obviously you still get a little bit of Confederate tones there too. I think Alaska's is a blue flag, but I think it's the best blue flag there is of the U.S. states because you have you got the North Star and the Dipper here. I don't know if that's a little or big, but you got that. That's actually kind of cool. Arizona, I think Arizona again points for being something different than a blue flag with the name of the state on it. Arkansas again, you got it's not a blue flag with the name on it. It's got the name on it, but I'm not sure what these 4 stars kind of represent or what the other stars are. Again, name of the state on it. It's like, do you have to have the name of the state? You have to have the name. I think Colorado is one of the best flags again. They resisted the urge to put the whole name of the state on the flag. Connecticut. Now you start getting into your blue flags, right? It's just a blue flag. blue flag with the state seal on it. Got some Latin going on. Delaware. I mean, ugh. What is this flag? And I think I have it kind of small, the screen right there, but I think it represents the flag so much better too, because a good flag looks good small. It should be simple enough that you can draw it from a small point of view. Like, it doesn't look good on my other screen here when I'm looking at it. I can't tell what's going on. You know, but yep, Liberty and Independence, December 7th, 1787. They had to have a date on it too. At least they don't have their name. I guess there's that. They don't have their name, but they seal, and then it's just weird blue and this weird tan. All right, so you got Florida. Now Florida's got, again, they got that St. James Cross, but they differentiate from Alabama, or I think Florida was before Alabama anyway, but they have their state seal, which is incredibly complicated. And it even says, the Great Seal of the State of Florida. I want to look at those next. Yeah, I couldn't tell you either, but I think they're probably better than the U.S. flags, because a lot of them are just the old. Those are the shields, the banners that they've had since the Middle Ages. No, at least you got that going for you. Georgia's still got the Confederate. Basically, they have the original Confederate flag right there. That's all that is, except they have this little Constitution, wisdom, justice, moderation, in God we trust. So it's not the Confederate flag, but it is. I mean, when you hear people complain about the Confederate flag, you usually think of the stars and bars, the cross and the stars on it. But that's the battle flag. That's not even the Confederate flag. This is the actual Confederate flag, minus, of course, the yellow part here. This is the Confederate flag. Now, obviously, for good reason, the Confederacy, for a battle flag, got away from using this because it got very confusing during battle when you couldn't tell. Well, is that the enemy? Is that us, or is that them? Because, well, it's the same as the American flag, except you have a few less stripes and stars. I think a few are just the German flag with a seal. Well, after we go through ours, after we go through the U.S. ones, I want to take a look, because I think most of them are better than the U.S. I think. We'll see. Hawaii's got a very interesting flag. Again, you got stripes, but they've got blue stripes, and they've got white ones on the outside. And actually, they got white. No, they don't have white ones on. Got this tricolor going down, and then you have, of course, you got the Union Jack, because they were also British at one point or something. So that's pretty cool. We got a blue flag with a seal on it, Idaho. We got literally a flag that's just the seal with the state name. I guess you have an eagle. That's kind of cool, but really? Indiana, Indiana, I give them props. I don't like that it's a blue flag, because there's too many blue flags, but it isn't. At least it's not the state seal, or if it is, it's it's an easy. This is a flag that you could draw from memory. Okay, it's a torch and it's got like some stars, and I think that's kind of cool. Iowa, okay, Iowa's got some French vibes going on here, and then they have an eagle saying we're going to retain our rights, and the state name. Kansas. Now, I don't remember this, or maybe I've never looked at the Kansas flag. I don't remember this sunflower up here. That's kind of cool. But state name, so this is Kansas. And then you got the seal. Another one, Kentucky. This one, a little bit better. I think they could simplify the pelican here, but it's a little strange because you have a pelican with some blood going on here, and okay, what's going on there? Another blue flag with a seal, Maine. Maryland gets points for going, they get wild here. There you go. Arkansas. Nope, that was Kansas. Arkansas is was the first. Was Arkansas? Did we do Arkansas already? We must have done Arkansas already. Oh yeah, Arkansas was the red one. Maryland. Okay, this is Massachusetts, so a white flag with a seal on it. Fun. I don't remember that flag. I feel like I used the wrong flag. This Michigan, another flag with a seal on it. Yep, Arkansas. Minnesota, another blue flag with a complicated seal on it. This is the new flag for Mississippi, so they actually used to have, literally have the Confederate battle flag, the flag that became kind of the symbol of the lost cause, the symbol of the Ku Klux Klan, the symbol of racism, that Confederate battle flag that has been banned, basically. If I show it, I'll probably get in trouble. The Mississippi flag actually had that. It was kind of in the top corner, left corner there, where the Union Jack would be, but they had the Confederate flag, and they got a lot of. Finally, were forced to change that very recently, and I think this is a great flag. I really like it. It's you know, you got some cool. You got a really good color scheme going. You got that red, that gold, and that blue. Those work together. Not sure what the stars are, or you know what's going on. I don't know the history of all of this, but again, okay, ain't gotta be trust. I'm sure you get some pushback eventually for that, but we're not at that point in America yet. With that, you can see the sun's starting to peak up over there. Starting to peak. All right, Missouri. Okay, not terrible. I guess they like the Netherlands. Right? The Netherlands goes red, blue, white, blue, right? I think the Netherlands and what, Luxembourg or Liechtenstein, they both have similar. But of course, we got the seal, which kind of, interestingly, the seal is actually the blue blends in. So I'll give them props for that. At least you don't have like a garish, completely different color seal thing. It kind of blends in. Whatever. Montana. Hey, the state is Montana, just so you know. Nebraska being very creative there with the seal. Okay, now Nevada's like, okay, we're gonna put the seal on, but we're gonna put it up in the left corner, top left corner. And New Hampshire. New Jersey's like, okay, we're gonna put the seal on, but we're gonna go with this weird yellowish flag. So I have to give them props for that. I have to at least give them a bonus for the, hey, they're like, hey, let's not have a blue flag, let's have something else. We're still gonna put our seal on, but we're gonna have something else. New Mexico, I think New Mexico has a really, again, this is the epitome of flag. It is probably one of the best flags in the world, I would think. Most flag people, most vexologists, people who are in vexology flags, they agree that this has got to be one of the better flags on the planet because it's just super simple. Yellow. I mean, you got, sir. I mean, you can make this on. I mean, whoever made this on Adobe Illustrator or whatever program they use, it didn't take them that long. They just whoop, 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 copy. Very easy. Cut out that yellow or put a yellow there and done. It's so simple. You can draw it, make a rough drawing of it. It's awesome. And then we go right to New York, which is just the complete opposite of awesome. North Carolina, getting a little bit of, that'd be Texas? Chile has it in the corner, right? Texas, I think, does here, but Albuquerque also has it, right? What, that flag? Like a city flag, or? Albuquerque's the biggest city. I don't know if they have a city flag. Ah, yeah, you're right. There's the city flag. A little bit, again, I like that they flipped it. Red, they got the same thing going on. I think if they had just maybe could have done put the 1706 in, or put the little bird here that makes you think it's what I actually like about this flag, what makes it even funnier though, is that it's like, because you have that little bird there kind of like that, kind of makes it look like a Soviet flag, doesn't it? Kind of looks like a Soviet bloc flag. But again, I can't hate it too much because they also got a pretty decent font here, pretty cool little A. You shouldn't put your name on there. Maybe not have the number. Maybe just go with your communist bird over there. Yeah, Albuquerque can be a pain to spell. Beautiful though, it's beautiful driving through there, especially if you're driving through it and the sun's either coming up or going down, one way or the other. I think going down, you get it's just the way it's shining off all the mountains the other direction. Beautiful. And right now it is looking super beautiful here as the sun rises over, as we're flying over. Where are we at? We are flying just across the Mississippi back there. Can't see it. Can't really get a view of it. But we're flying into Arkansas. We have a decent weather system just to our south that we're gonna just skirt to the north of. Pretty severe weather in it. Starting to get to that point where we're gonna have to start thinking about our approach, and I'm gonna have to run to the little boys' room really quick. I like the flag of Phoenix. Check it out. I love the flag of Phoenix. Yeah, some cities have some really good flags too. So. And some cities have some really awful flags. Pretty cool. Oh yeah, that's nice. Right there, that looks like an airline flag almost, doesn't it? Or an airline logo. But yeah, it's just so simple. It's just boom. Okay, so here let's look at the Milwaukee City flag. So this is the flag from where I live. All right, so here's the official flag. Oh my god. I mean, I get it. You got the city hall on there, which used to be what at one point was the tallest building in the world. At one point was our city hall. You got. I mean, here you have the old. I mean, I guess this is Old County Stadium or Borchard. I don't even know what that's supposed to be there. What field? I mean, you got the church. Okay, you got a church. But again, non-distinct either. I mean, you got the city hall, which is okay. That's pretty clear. That's that. And then everything else is just kind of like, eh. Well, what's this flag? What is this flag here? This red. Okay, well, what flag is that? Like, what is that? What is that? Like, what is that? You got this art. I mean, what? Okay, I don't know what this is. What are these weird symbols? And then here you don't even have a thing in that section. You just have some smokestacks. Okay. Now Milwaukee does have, and you'll see a lot of these waving around now. Milwaukee City. So this is the flag that the people of Milwaukee rather. Find this. There it is. This is the one that most people want the city to change to, make it the official flag. It's basically called the people's flag of Milwaukee. Obviously, way better because it's way better as a flag, right? It's just you know instantly what it is. Yep, yeah, that's the newer flag. Yeah, you're right, Japan Airlines. That's what I was thinking with the Phoenix flag. I was like, that kind of looks like the Japan Airlines one. Yep. Yeah, I like it too. At first I was like, I'm kind of a traditionalist sometimes, but you know, as I get more into flags, I'm like, no. That flag is the way to go. Right, New York, North Dakota, Ohio gets points. It doesn't show very well here because you can't tell that it's transparent there, but it's got that weird shape to it. I mean, again, you get points for that, just being that crazy shape, and you have an O. They resisted the urge to put Ohio on here. It's like, okay, I think we know this is Ohio. You got a big O, and everyone knows this one. Kind of similar to the idea of like the Nepal flag, right, where it's not your traditional shape. Oklahoma, I like Oklahoma for the fact that it's a different color blue at least. I think you could drop the name. You could keep this. I think you could keep this. This is a pretty cool. I mean, the New Mexico flag is. You have this is a Native American kind of symbol over there. You know, here you got obviously some Native American thing going on because, you know, New Mexico used to be Indian territory where a lot of the Native Americans from the southeast were deported to and forced to go move to, and then you obviously had Native Americans that already lived there. And so having that, I think that fits, and that's why I think just drop the Oklahoma name and just have that. Whether you have to simplify it or not, whatever, but for being a blue background flag, at least it's a different shade of blue, and it's not just some random boring seal. State of Oregon, thank you. It's the state of Oregon, not just Oregon, state of Oregon. When they became a state, okay, and then of course you have to have the seal. I give them props that at least everything's just one color, so it's just blue and yellow, and it's not a ton of crazy colors going on the seal, I suppose. Pennsylvania. Rhode Island, you got a square flag, which is different, but it's just white, and then you have white, you have yellow on white, so it's kind of hard even to see what it is. But simple flag. I mean, I suppose it's better than them going blue and then yellow stars. Kind of similar. Then that would be similar to like Indiana a little bit. Oh man, I love this time of day, especially when we have clouds. This is when Microsoft Flight Simulator just looks perfect to me. I just love it. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Let's go inside the plane. Oh, no, I want to go... I think outside's just fine. Outside is just fine. South Carolina. I like South Carolina's flag. That works. I mean, blue background, but you got this crescent, which a little bit Arab it feels like, right? But you got the tree, or if that's a pine tree or a palm tree. South Dakota. All right, there you go. Now I could have sworn South Dakota had Mount Rushmore on it at one point. Maybe it's like if you're gonna, it's like okay, you got this different blue. Okay, but then they have the state seal, and then in South Dakota, the Mount Rushmore state. It's like just put Mount Rushmore. If you're gonna call yourself the Mount Rushmore state, if you're gonna put that on flag, just put Mount Rushmore on the flag. At this point, right? Tennessee's interesting. I like this one. This one again. You get there's a few of the state flags that are creative. Here you got this red, and then you just got this blue strip and this white line, and you got the 3 stars. Kind of looks like a bowling ball. I always think of when I see it. Of course, you got the iconic Texas flag, which I feel like when I look at it now, I always say like North Carolina stole Texas flag, but I feel like Texas stole North Carolina's flag. In a way. They simplified it. They got rid of everything and they just have a star. You don't have all the other junk on it. Utah. Okay, now what Utah should do for a flag, what they should do is they should get rid of all this. Get rid of all this clutter and just have a beehive. Just do a simplified beehive. Like if you look at I think there's the Utah State Highway. Like here, this is their highway route. Like just do that. Now you can put a little more detail, obviously because you're not gonna have a number in the middle. But you can put like but just have a honeycomb. Just have a beehive or whatever. If they have it on there, but just have that. Simplify it. Maybe if you want to keep the flowers too. You can keep this whole section, but just kind of simplify the beehive. Don't have so many, whatever. I think that would be really nice. Maybe different color blue. Maybe you can get away with that blue still, but I don't know. Do something. Well, Chile only has the star and the thing in the top left, right? They got the blue. I think that's what makes the Chile flag. If I'm not mistaken. Let me just... Yeah, they just have it. That's why it's always confusing, because they just have it right up in that top corner. Texas is like, nope, the whole thing. But I think North Carolina was around first. I want to say the North Carolina flag was around originally. So either Chile... I mean, Chile's flag would have been later, I would guess, than North Carolina. Probably around the same time as Texas to begin with. But who knows? Vermont, again, another seal. I mean, Vermont, pick one. How about this? Do the blue background, just put the big giant deer head on it, the antlers. Just do that, right? Or a different background color. Virginia. They don't like tyrants down in Virginia. Washington, okay, I mean, you know, props are, I mean, it sticks out because it's a, bam, green flag, right? How many green flags are there? I don't think there are that many in the U.S. But again, the seal. Like, just put Washington's face on it, or or something else even that's more Washington. Then I get that. I mean, how much more Washington can you make a flag than having Washington on it? But like, I don't know, make it about Washington. You know, put Mount Hood on it, or Mount Olympia, or whatever. Whatever. I don't know. There's something you could probably put on better, or again, just put Washington's face on it and make it, you know, kind of simplify it a little bit more too, than having it so cartoony. Looks like almost. This is a hot garbage. I can't believe that's the flag. Well, now that I say it, I gotta give them props. They're doing something different. But then you have the seal. But it's different because you got a white background, then a blue surrounding, as opposed to just a whole blue. But it looks like hot. It looks like someone just had, they couldn't, they just had a clip, they just had a PNG or something, or a JPEG of the seal, and it was on a white background. They just pasted it on. Almost, doesn't it? And here's my great state of Wisconsin. You know, got our number here, we got a year, we have the name, we also have the motto, which honestly you could take off the name, you could take off the year, just go with that. It would still not be great, but you're getting closer. Maybe again, I'm noticing a lot of the states, they have this seal and they have this little ribbon thing, and then they have something on it. Put the badger on it. Just go with the badger. Do a California flag, but get rid of the name. And just put the badger, maybe put the Ford. You could possibly put the Ford in the back, but just put this little top part of it. That'd be kind of cool. I mean, I don't hate, I mean, it's like, I get the seal, I mean, but, you know, it's got meaning and everything, but it's just not great on a flag. Not good flag. Wyoming, again, good start, right? Different. Red, white, and blue. Okay, got the red, white, and blue. Got a buffalo, got a bison. That's cool, cool. Oh, why did you have to put the seal in there, though? Just take the seal out and you got a great flag. You don't need to tell people that you're Wyoming. They'll figure it out. They'll be like, okay, Wyoming's the flag that has the big buffalo on it. Test in school. Please tell the state the flag is from and which year it was founded. This flag pops up. Yep. Right? It's like some of these flags, it's like, well, okay, we want to make it simple for the kids. Like, if you want to make it simple, like, actually make the flag drawable. Wow, the moon is still up there. Really cool. Alright. Before we get, I think that's the last state. Oh, no, we got DC. There's DC. City flag for DC. Or the district flag. American Samoa. Kind of an ugly flag, but again, different at least. At least has something different going on. Guam, ugh. I mean, again, different. And I guess they have a theme going here. I don't love it, but it's, again, it's got, at least it's not just the seal. It might be. I feel like they could do something better, though. I mean, look at Seychelles, right? It just blows me away how you have, you have this great flag. You got Seychelles. I mean, look at that. You have a rectangular flag, and they said, okay, how can we make this flag just pop out? We'll just have all these crazy angles, right? We'll just boom, 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 5 colors on angles. We're not gonna do 5 colors in stripes. Hey, Mate, welcome in. We're just criticizing flags right now. We got on flags somehow, I don't know how, but we're on flags right now. And these are the Northern Mariana Islands. Again, this blue background, just okay, blue background, and then we put something in the middle. And I mean, interesting thing in the middle, but a little bit too complicated. I think you could maybe do just a few of these and kind of stylize it or something. Puerto Rico, I hate the Puerto Rican flag. Not because I don't like the design. I hate it because of the... First of all, what I hate about it is that it's The aspect ratio is different than the United States flag. Is it different? Is it just a flip of Cuba? Oh, they're, oh no, oh yeah, or they're flipped the colors, color-wise. Yep, there's Cuba, there's Puerto Rico. Cuba, Puerto Rico. I suppose maybe that's why Puerto Rico went with a smaller aspect ratio, maybe. But I wish Puerto Rico's flag was just this, and then you just flip the colors. But also, these colors, make them the same colors. I wish they should just be the same as the American flag color, or at least get these reds. They literally just went in and did 255 blue, 255 red, and then 255 everything. Right? They just went with the basic primary colors on your computer screen for this flag. It is. Anything else? Virgin Islands. Not a great flag. This. Ensign of Maine. Okay, now we're just getting like different. Okay, right there. So these are some alternate flags. So like this is the Ensign of Maine. I think that's a better, right? Even that flag right there is better than the official Maine flag. I don't really like white flags really. I like some color, preferably not puke yellow or brown, but I think it's pretty. Like this is a cool flag more than the Maine flag. Massachusetts. Yeah, not really. I mean, there's not enough going on. You need more than just a tree and, again, a white flag. But again, these are naval ensigns. Maybe there's a reason it has to be white. Now, this right here, this flag right here is a perfect flag for Utah. That flag is perfect. That's what I was talking about. They already have a flag. That's a perfect flag for you. You got. I was just saying, you could have the blue and just do that. Just have the honeycomb. But they kept the yellow. Okay, I actually like having the circle still. Have the circle. You have a star. You have a beehive. And then they did this different thing. They have the, this is cool. I like this. This is Utah should adopt this as their flag. Right now. Do it now. Arkansas. Okay, Arkansas was slightly different. Looks like the font was different, I guess. This is like 1913 and 1923. Well, something's slightly changed, but it's mostly this. They added a star. Maybe they have 5 stars now. Yeah, they have 5 stars. Why it keeps changing with Arkansas? Arkansas really liked to change their flag. They just couldn't decide. Colorado. Thank you, Colorado. So that's what Colorado used to have. And then they went with what they have now, which is so much better. They upgraded. So here you see a great upgrade for Colorado. Okay, so this was their first flag, probably. Yep, first flag. Then they went to this. Then they went to this. Okay. They've got the idea here, right? They're like, okay, we don't want to just do a blue background with this. Let's do something different. Nice. And then someone came in 1964. I think 1964, then they went with their current one, which is they made that C much bigger. And it's, but again, this idea, so much better. Okay, so this is the original flag of Florida, or this is the flag of Florida after the Civil War. And then they say, hey, let's get that St. James flag back on there, which will kind of remind people about the Confederacy possibly a little bit too. Put the seal on there. And then they made the seal even more complicated, which is weird because this seal actually, if they just kept this, I think they'd be fine. As far as seals go, it's still not terribly complicated. This is Georgia. So this is Georgia during the Civil War, it looks like. Well, that's where they got that concept. Now they've taken this, they put that in the corner. This is Georgia after the Civil War, which... Okay, so they kind of have the Confederate flag going, but they kind of don't because they got this as a whole field right here. It's not just the corner. Then they went with this. Okay. Went with this. All right. Okay. Then they were like, hey, let's go full on. Okay, so I guess Georgia had to get rid of the Confederate. Then they said, let's just put the Confederate flag back. Let's put the battle flag on there. This isn't enough. This is because this is the actual Confederate flag. Where's this guy going? This guy's spinning right in front of me here. And then they went, okay, let's go full Confederate. And then they're like, well, we can't do that. So then they went with this flag, which is just atrocious. I think you could get away with a seal, again, it'd be a seal flag, but then they're like, no, we're gonna have all the flags that we have too. Honestly, they should just go with this one right here, the blue. I mean, just stick with that one. And they said, okay, let's compromise, let's have a little bit of history, but we'll put that one on, we'll combine those. So their current flag. Illinois, Indiana, what's going on there? Kansas. Okay, why in 1961 did they feel they had to put the name of Kansas on there? Okay, fine. Not a great flag, but better than having the name on it. Kentucky, I think they just got rid of that. Louisiana, there you go. We got some, this is during the Civil War. We got some Vietnam going on there. And a little bit of Hawaii action or something. This is basically what they have now, except they've kind of made this not look so bad. Or I think they complicated it more a little bit, but not terrible. Put some blood on there. Alright, we gotta pay attention here. We're starting to get close. Maryland. This used to be Maryland's flag. And now they have all the cool so these are just different flags. I'm just kind of going through these because it's like you kind of see, okay, so here's Mississippi's flag that they had to get rid of. I like how in 1996 they're like, oh, we got to change this. We got to change this. Just so you know, this started in 1894. So it was like 30 years after the end of the war of the Civil War. They're like, oh, let's stick this on here. Then they're like, nah, we'll fix it. Okay. We'll just change the colors slightly. Alright, we changed the colors back. We fixed it. We got the colors right again. Like, they got the wrong color or something, got messed up. And in 2020, they finally switched. Bicentennial banner. These are really interesting, some of these flags. Oh, my. Oh. Thank you. There's no way that is the actual flag of New Mexico. There's no way. From 1912 to 1925. Look at that. Look at that flag. Thank goodness that New Mexico had a better flag. Alright, we're contacting Fort Worth Center. So I'm gonna... Nevada's flag, there you go. Alright, we're gonna maintain here. Yeah, but see, here's North Carolina's, and I think this is... Well, this is from after the war, 1885, so... I don't know what they had before that. Oklahoma, again. We're the 46th state. There you go. That's what Oklahoma should have. Just stick with that. 1925, 1941, they had this. And then they're like, well, people don't know what state this is. We need to put our name on it. Oh. Well, what's funny is like how many of these have when we were going through them, I said, if they just got rid of the state name, it'd be great. And how many states have their flag, like, until like the 1960s, was that flag, and then they're like, no, we need the name on it because people are dumb. See? Then in 1941, they're like, Oklahoma. Thank you. We're still Oklahoma, we just changed the tone a little bit. Pennsylvania, Rhode Island. I kind of like that one a little bit better. It pops out more because of the blue and the red. Like I said, remember how I said it's like if they just did a blue background with the stars, wouldn't be great because it's that blue background, but just have this. Don't have the name or year and everything. South Carolina, interesting ones. South Dakota. I guess they were the Sunshine State, and then they realized, well, wait a second, we're not the Sunshine State. We got Mount Rushmore now. Isn't Florida the Sunshine State? Isn't that their motto also? Then they said, oh, let's put the seal on there. Then they said, no, we're something different. Tennessee, this was in 1861. So again, you can see that Confederate flag thing going on. This is kind of, There's a real move there was a bunch of flags where they just wanted to put the state, what number state they were. Thank God Tennessee changed. Texas. Again, they love that beehive. I say that we saw that alternate one. Just put the beehive on it and you're good. Vermont. I mean, God, if Vermont had this flag, it'd be at least something different, right? That would even be, I mean, that would just be a confusing flag. You'd need to have Vermont on it. That'd be interesting. Get rid of the, just have the star thing. Washington. West Virginia, I like that. Again, they like that white banner background. They just can't get rid of that. Just get rid of the white banner, or maybe just make the whole flag white. Well, no. I like having, I guess having the border. Wisconsin. There you go, Wisconsin. We didn't have, until 1981, didn't even have the name or the year. Had the seal, didn't have the name and the year, and then we're like, oh no, we got to tell people what year we were. New York. Okay, Northern Mariana Islands, right? Very simple. Simplify it. That works too, I suppose. Puerto Rico. Again, they don't get the colors right, is the issue. Alabama again. Alabama. Florida, Mississippi. China. So many flags. Alright, I'm not going to keep looking at these flags. I need to take a step away, and if I come back and we still have time, I want to look at the German flags because I think they're pretty simple and uniform. I will see you in just a few moments. One that's painted like it was, I don't know. Like the light blue one with the stars, that's somewhere out in the Pacific, but yeah, I know what you're talking about. There's light that looks like it's MS Paint. Liberia County flags. What? Alright, let's see Liberia. Let's see. You got from me at Liberia. Yeah, there are some where it's just like it looks like they used like MS Paint or like even worse, not even like MS Paint, but well, MS Paint or like Microsoft Publisher or something, you know, or like PowerPoint, where it's like this isn't even the right kind of program to use to design something, and they you can tell. Liberian. Okay. Yeah, you're right. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that does look like it's just. Now I wonder if that's what the flag actually looks like, or if whoever made made this like for the internet just made it in paint. Top of descent. Yeah, we're coming up on it. They always kind of wait, though, on giving me the clearance. But I suppose I can always ask for clearance down. Let's get down to flight level 300. We'll go to that. Well, those are coming up. They'll come up really quick. Yeah. suppose they come, actually. Or where's the top descent? Right after Proud, yeah. Keep an eye on that. Hopefully we'll get a clearance soon. We'll get some contact. Why am I getting... Whenever I move through the cockpit... Yeah, I'm getting that bad frame rate when I come back out from the computer. Around there. Yeah, see that? Every time. Weird. I go like here. Yeah, whenever I go back, I zoom back to the seat. Does not like that. Has no problem doing this. But if I go to a different camera and then come back to the center position, that's weird. Huh. Alright, yeah, here are the Liberia County flags. Yeah, they do kind of look... There's no way... Is it... Can't be. At least this one, they're like, we're not even going to try. No way. No way. Wild. I mean, not bad for MS Paint. I mean, just don't make your flags. Yeah, or you update. I mean, that always gets me is like when they don't update. They don't update the. Like you can tell that this flag had a. They took a seal that was engraved like 300 years ago. It's like just update the engraving. You know, go into Adobe Illustrator and make a simpler version of what that is. Like the beehive, like is that on the Utah flag? A number of these flags of German states. Okay, they're not all what I thought they were. What's this? This is Baden-Württemberg. There's the state flag. There's the lesser arms, the greater arms. Vice versa. I guess I was thinking most of them would look like this, but I guess this is just Bavaria. I figured they were all lozengey. Is that what it's called? Lozengey? Huh. I'm ready for descent right now. Alright, yeah, that's all good. 8 November 9. Don't care about the gate. We don't need to change anything. We already have everything in the flight computer. We'll check that. But we want to make sure they tell them we want that clearance because we're coming up fast on Proud. Once we pass Proud, we're going to be... Proud go. Yep. Our descent. Probably right here.
Delta 2409, ready for descent. Delta 2409.
It's called FS HUD ATC.
Descend and maintain flight level 290.
It is a payware. I think it's like $10, $10, $15, something like that. And it's, I mean, it's a vast improvement over the, Microsoft Flight Simulator ATC. And it interacts with, I mean, the in-game ATC interacts with flights, FSLTL, and so does FSHUD ATC now. So for a while, I went away from using from FSHUD ATC because it wasn't working with FSLTL, but now it does, and so it actually worked pretty decent. All right, we're descending and maintaining 290, and having that bad frame rate when we come back to the pilot chair, so we'll probably just zoom in and do stuff like this. I think we can get that more realistic anyway. MCDU menu, ATSU, AOC, and weather requests. That. Or I like to hit that quick camera button because it gets me back to where I'm supposed to be. Alright, are we just going to descend at 1,000 feet per minute here?
Deck, ladies and gentlemen. As you may have noticed, we have begun our initial descent down to our destination. Now would be a good time to wrap up any business you need to take care of as we prepare for our approach. If you are up, once you return to your seat, we ask that you remain seated until the aircraft arrives safely at the gate. Flight attendants, please prepare the cabin for arrival.
$35? Really? Oh my goodness. Well, that was back when I carefree life where I could just blow money on stuff like this. I don't know if it's worth $35. I mean, it works pretty well. You get to hear other it interacts. It basically controls all the other traffic and has them land in sequence and taxi and do stuff that makes sense as opposed to other stuff. It does somehow. Every time I hear it, I'm like, I didn't record. It does sound it does sound like my voice. Not 100%, but it does. It does sound like it. I hear it. I'm like, that sounds like me. You know, recordings of me, because in my own head, I don't sound like that. But when I hear myself play back, that's what it sounds like. That's why I guess I sound like. Let's see. We got some more German flags. What is this? This is Brandenburg. I mean, you're doing the seal, but again, even your seals are so much older. These have so much more history to them, and plus, it's not just on a blue background all the time. It's actually so. And you guys have no problem doing things like this, which I think comes from the time when you had like the different shields and the banners and stuff, where it was like, yeah, they did all kinds of different. Now we're like, you just do solid stripes. Yeah, see, I don't like that, where they're like, well, we got to have the seal on there. Let's just cut it out and make it look like we pasted it. Yeah, I don't know the history, but I know these are from history. They're not like they just made these last year. Hamburg, okay, that's interesting. Interesting, especially with the Stars of David. Like, when did they build? When did this come out?
Delta 2409 descend and maintain flight level 200.
Descend and maintain flight level 200, Delta 2409.
Alright, it looks like we're doing pretty good on the descent. I don't know where the green dot went. Oh, yep, Indonesia or Hesse. The Hesse or Hesse? Like, for example, this one, I think, works better with the state flag, with this on it. I think works. These seals are simple enough. They got enough intricacy, but they're also simple enough. They're like, you know what it is. It's like, okay, it's a lion. It's got some stripes on it, which is really interesting. I think that works with the seal. This is a flag that works having that seal on there versus not having it. This one, Lower Saxony, is just lazy, which is not good. Just the German flag with an overly drawn horse on red little thing. I mean, if you had the red thing and maybe the horse, like a simplified horse, but still on the German flag, come on, do something better. Do some history. Get some history going on. This is very interesting. Not your usual color combination, and kind of, yeah, I'm trying to think, like the Philippines does this. They have that blue, the red, but they also have that yellow. Yep. Now you're just trying to put too much on. Some of these flags are kind of like what I would do if I didn't hold myself back from, like, I got to put everything on here. Just go with this, or if you want. I mean, I guess you have both. It's Mecklenburg / Western. I mean, they're combined two places. Like, how do you put both of these? I don't want to have that. These both are. You kind of want to have them on the flag. They are really cool, but how do you put them both on and not be boring with it like that? This just looks like cut and paste. There it is.
Spirit Wing for 1015. Radar contact. Expect to pass Oscar past
Westphalia? This looks like, is Hungary? Or Iran? Iran and Hungary have similar flags too, right? I think. North Rhine-Westphalia. This is another flag where I think this is going to be the better option. Again, simplify the horse. I think simplify the shield completely. I mean, there's too much going on it. But I liked having the Lutheran rose there. I think that's a Lutheran rose. Again, yeah. For some reason, I like the shields. I think the seals / shields in Europe work better on the flags. Do this, but maybe have some other kind of background, possibly. Again, now you're just getting lazy. I could have sworn they were better. There's some countries where they do it. I think Japan. I have to look at Japan. Vaccinate. You know, this one, either or. Really, you want to have this, maybe put this, off center it even. I think when you off center, you could do a seal, but if you off center it, I think it works. Off center it. Yeah, car license plates are interesting here in America. They're all different too. Sachsen-Anhalt, Schleswig-Holstein. Here's another one where it's like, okay, simple, but I think if you have the shield, this works. I would again move it's crazy how all you have to do with a lot of these flags if you want to have a seal on it, and you have again, this is kind of an easy seal. It's not overly complicated. It is, but it isn't. Kind of distinctive. If they just moved it over slightly, boom, now you have a really cool, something different. Again, Indonesia or Poland here, so you're gonna need to have the seal on there. Again, I think the German flags, some of these German flags actually work with the seal. The seal works. It works because you have this, it's simple enough. It's just like a shield. That actually works. Like there's a cool flag. This one works. Again, I don't really like the wish Württemberg Baden had some more going on that they could use as background. Unenreich. Back in the day. I think Japan flag. And
Delta 2409, descend and maintain 12,000, altimeter 2970.
Descend and maintain 12,000.
yeah, now I think we're high.
2409.
We're still alright, I think. What was the altimeter? 2970. Yeah, some of those flags weren't even state flags. We got my old one stolen. Front plate got stolen, so I just took the back one off on as a souvenir.
Flight level 350. Maintain flight level 350.
Why does this camera always have to tilt over? Again, here's another flight. I thought we were going to be done before 3. Oh well. Or, actually, I think we just jumped. That's why we're at 3. Just jumped, got that daylight savings time. Well. Japan provincial flag. They're somewhere where they have their flags are very standardized, but each province does have look enough different, and because they're all standardized, it's even cooler. combination of my old plate is now banned for. Really? Like yours personally, or just that style or whatever? Okay, so here's the Japanese. So these are all the prefecture. This is Aichi, Kita. So they're all the similar style, which is really cool. That they're all individualized, but they're all a similar style. Aomori, Chiba,
Delta 2409, cleared
Hemi.
C4 arrival.
We're cleared for C4 arrival.
2409.
Fukushima. It's kind of like with the sports leagues where they have it's like here's your standardized kind of logos. They all have to be the same. Like they're all not perfectly exactly the same, but they all they're all a graphic. I mean these are flags. These are all perfect flags, you know.
Maintain flight level 350.
Maintain flight level 350. Jet clear to 320.
Through the rest of it really quick. Okay, let's get out of there. 869er, thanks for the follow. Very much. Coming in on approach into Dallas, Fort Worth. We're coming down to 12,000 feet. Got our pressure in, or slowing down to 250. Good there. Got the runway. Are we doing? We're doing a 3 pixel. We're at 12,000 feet. Had it buzz that many times.
Delta 2409.
Alright, we're coming up on Noose. Let's bring that chart up. Coming up on Noose, we need to be between 10 and 8,000. We're going out to 9. Then we're going to go to Yabt. 200, we need to be 240 knots also, and the plane should slow down to that. It's not. Manually control the speeds. Message there with that metadata printed out.
394, radar contact, maintain, flight level 350.
Maintain flight level 350, 394.
Yeah, problem is I don't really have no, this isn't custom weather, this is live weather. Only thing that's different right now is that I'm I think 3 or 4 hours ahead of real time. So it's about 7:06 in the morning, I think. Either 6:06 or 7:06 in the morning here in Dallas. Well, I'm looking at getting into flying professionally. It's going to be a big career change, a big life change. I mean, you know, with a wife and a 15-month-old, or he's coming up on 15 months old, a mortgage, all that stuff. It's going to be hard, but we're going to figure it out. I think I need to go do a discovery flight and figure out if I want to do it. You know, actually want to fly. You know, because flying in real life is a lot different than flying, you know, in the comfort of your home. All right, we're descending 6,000 feet. We need to get to 230 knots. There. All right, we're gonna look at the approach chart. Looking Dallas-Fort Worth, ILS, runway 36 left. All right, we got radar contact, regional approach, 6,000 feet, altimeter 2970. Those landing lights on 10,000. All right, so we got the localizer is India Bravo X-ray November 111.9. Final course is 356. Fly slope at 2300, and our minimum is going to be 788. Here we're going to go to our performance page. Grab that performance page. Get the Q&H in. Is going to be 970. Temperature 16. Wind is like 360. We got speeds of 20, so we're gonna have a nice headwind coming in for landing. Gusts of 27, but we're gonna be coming right into it. Minimum is 77. Oops. Up. What I was even looking at. 788 is the minimum there on the chart. We are set for our approach. Make sure we got the frequency and the final course. Yes, we do. Still descending to 6,000. And going into the clouds. We got a lot of broken clouds and stuff on that are there. So broken down to 2,000 feet, 2,700 feet, overcast 25,000. So we're going to be down all the way down to 2,000 before we break the clouds. Are you a professional pilot? Well, that's the big thing. It's like everyone's been saying, it's like, go if you have any interest and you're considering it. I mean, I'm obviously at the point where it's like I need to kind of make the decision pretty soon if I want to make it a career, because you know, my age, you want to have years at the airline. But everyone's saying, it's like, if you have any interest, go do a discovery flight, go a few times and see. It's like, hey, is this something you'd like to do? And if it's something you'd like to do, well, then now you got to make the choice. And yeah, it's like, that's what I'm thinking. It's like, if I don't do it, if I go and try it and then I really actually do want to do it, and then I don't do it for various reasons, I'm gonna regret it, you know, in 5-10 years, where now it's too late to be able to do it and make a career out of it. Really, I mean, I can still get training and stuff, but you know, seniority and only having, you know, 10 years at an airline to be able to make any money and make back that investment. I'm looking at the chart. We're gonna fly by the airport because we're gonna be landing headed north, flying past. We're on our way down to Allen. And we want to be about 4,000 feet at Allen. I think I hit the... Back on the chart, looking at the go-around procedure. We're going to climb 1,100 feet, climb left, turn to 3,000 feet. On heading 315, right there, outbound to Charlie Victor Echo VOR, radial 290. Hopefully we don't have to go around. Just because it's a little bit of a pain in the butt in this plane because it's not fully modeled. The Boeing, it has it all in the flight system, which is really nice, already planned in there. There again, you can see 1,100, turn left to 3,000, on heading 315 to the 116.2 radial 90. That in. That's new. They haven't done that before, though. 116.2. Course 298. Continue descending, please. We're flying over Dallas and everything right now. Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. No, it's just I kind of have a like I don't want to. You don't want to wait too long, especially right now. It's like there's like the perfect time to get in because you have this pilot shortage and everyone's trying to gear back up from, COVID and all that. And so if you get in now, you're going to be getting in, and you want to get in before you get too far down the seniority list. Yep, I do need a sterile cockpit soon. Can they please let me go down to 4,000? I'm going to ignore ATC if they don't clear me down to 4,000 pretty soon. Also going to go on with the heading on. It's just I'm looking at the way they got this drawn here, and it looks like it's going to skip Allen, and we're going to be right on top of the way too high. Still got time. We're 23 miles out. Yeah, I'm only limiting myself on the age thing as far as making it, and it doesn't mean I can't still. I mean, I still could later, and do corporate or something like that. But, as far as going like airlines, you got the mandatory 65-year-old age, retirement age, and so I want to get it. Why is it beeping at me? Like I was his captain over here. Getting really annoying. I wonder if it's beeping because the green dot is lower and the VNav or whatever on this plane is like, hey, you should be lower. Continue descent. I would if I was cleared. This. That. I don't think I've ever flown in to Dallas. I haven't done it here in Flight Simulator, and I've never done it during the day either. Right in between Dallas and Fort Worth here. That's what that was. Massive freeways cutting through here. There's the airport. All the frames will go. Basically, it seems like the United States is the worst for frames coming into big airports.
climbing 12,000.
I think it's because of all the photogrammetry and all the planes and stuff.
Radar contact. Continue climb 12,000. Altimeter 2971.
Continue climb 12,000. Sun country 8759.
What is that? Oh, that must be that's out of commission. Redmond Taylor Army. I mean, I fly this one and the 738 the most. I mean, if you had asked me probably when Flight Simulator first came out, I would have said the 738 because that was the one I had flown all the time back in X-Plane. And then I came over here and I really didn't like this plane because I didn't know how to fly it. Now that I know how to fly it, I mean, I like this plane. I think I like the PMDG, the 738, a little bit more because it is, you know, it's the 738. I've flown that a lot. But it's also, more of the systems are functional, work properly, even though the fly-by-wire is really good. Alright, we're going to descend here even though we don't technically have clearance. Because sometimes FSHUD ATC does like to kind of gum up and doesn't. It is, I mean, it works really well. I mean, like I said, they're both viable. I mean, it doesn't matter what. I mean, honestly, I don't. Either plane would be fun flying in here. I fly both of them. And I fly the CRJ from time to time as well. Really, my only problem is with my frame rates for the sim is really the issue. Otherwise, it doesn't matter to me what plane I'm flying in for the most part because they both work pretty well at this point. All right, so Hutton is now going up. Hutton, we're going to need to be at 3,000. Coming through those clouds again. I don't know if the clouds are helping or making it worse for the frame rate side of things. But we're hanging on. Yeah, so see, they've kind of just started ignoring me here. Sometimes happens with FSHUD ATs. If I was on VATSIM, I would just keep going or I'd chime up and say, hey, you want me?
Sun Country 8759er, climb and maintain 13,000, contact FT words, center 133.5.
Climb and maintain 13,000, contact FT words, center 133.5, Sun Country 8759er.
Alright, so just a warning again as we come in for the landing.
Direct char, climb and maintain 5,500.
Not going direct to char at 5,500.
Maintain 5,500. Delta 2409.
So that's a frustrating thing I have with any AI ATCs. They'll do that to you. There you go. Sometimes you just gotta kind of ignore it and go, don't know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Descend and maintain 2,300.
Like at char, I need to be at 3,000 feet. Bobbin, we're capturing the glide slope at 2,300. It's like, don't tell me to climb to 5,500. Yeah, here's all that are in the thick of it right now. Those are the lights for. That's a Grand Prairie Municipal Airport. A little. That'd be something you'd look at your charts and be like, okay, that's something we gotta watch out for. There's another runway. We're gonna see lights. But don't get confused. Obviously, pretty clear from where we are, at least at the waypoints. Could easily.
Delta 2409 cleared ILS. Approach at 2,300. Runway 36 left. Report established on localizer. Cleared ILS. Approach at 2,300. Runway 36 left. Report established on localizer. Delta 2409. Delta 2409 established on localizer. Delta 2409 contact DFW Tower 124.15. Contact DFW Tower 124.15. Delta
Yeah.
2409.
Any AI is always going to be weaker. I mean, that's why VATSIM is.
DFW Tower, Delta
That's why so many people
2409
like
on final
swear by
36
VATSIM.
left.
Delta 2409er, continue.
But even VATSIM, you're. I guess it's realistic. I mean, VATSIM, I got. I either missed the handoff myself or I wasn't handed off, and it was during a VATSIM event, and I never got handed to the approach or to tower or whichever one it was, and so I'm on the final, coming in. I'm thinking it's like I haven't been cleared, and I'm not getting any elevation clearance, and I need to start like getting, getting cleared here. Well, there's AT&T Stadium, awesome. I didn't even realize that was on the approach for that. I think this is like a Six Flags, looks like. Yeah, the only bummer about flying into major cities and areas like this with is that you got to have an insanely beastly system to do it with the graphics pumped like this, and or actually you need to have the graphics pumped so that your CPU, my CPU is the weakest thing now compared to the graphics card, unfortunately. Hopefully it'll be able to land here. If it's really bad, I'll just let it auto land so I don't crash out because I'm stuttering frames. And I guess I just have to live with it. I can't afford to upgrade anything anymore at this point. I was wondering how bad it was going to be here in the U.S. because I flew into a few places and it's not a big deal, and then flying into New York, and now here it's kind of rough. I don't know if it's. I mean, this is why I upgrade my graphics card, because I'm trying to get rid of this, and graphics card only made it slightly worse in some places and not much better. Hey, why are you buzzing at me? Almost forgot to hit the approach, so we'd actually do the glide slope and everything. Landing gear down.
Flight attendants, please prepare for landing.
Delta 2409er, wind 360.
What about the frame raises? I guess there's just certain places in the U.S. that landing is really bad. It's just bad here. Afraid the plane's gonna lose its mind eventually, just with the way it's going. Yeah, I think I'm gonna let it auto land simply because it's too. The frame rates, I won't be able to make corrections. We were over 20 frames, but we're barely getting 15 now. This is bad. I've never had it be this bad. Oh. I mean, I've had bad frame rates coming in, but nothing like this. It's getting so bad that the plane is struggling, or like the fly-by-wire plane is actually struggling with, because they can't keep up. Well, someday, like I said, maybe if I become a pilot and I make better money than I'm making now, I'll be able to afford to. Well, I'll just be doing this for real. Look at this. I'm down to 2 frames per second. Holy cow, this is terrible. I've never had it this bad. I don't know what's going on. Oh my god. Oh my god. Terrible. I'm so sorry. Those trees. Whoa. 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 $100 above. And now we're fine. Now you got enough frames again.
50.
Holy cow.
40.
That was crazy.
30, 20. 10.
And now it completely clears up.
Retard. Minimum.
Delta 2409er. When vacated, contact ground 121.65.
When vacated, contact ground 121.65. Delta 2409er.
Chart. Well, that was all the plane until, of course, we got on the ground and then I slowed it down. But that plane, the plane almost took a nosedive.
Delta 2409er, taxi to gate November 9er via Echo 5, Whiskey Lima, Golf. Hold short of runway 18 left, 36 right.
Taxi to gate November 9er via Echo 5, Whiskey Lima, Golf. Hold short of runway 18 left, 36 right, Delta 2409er.
What do we got here? We got alright. Go 5, Whiskey Lima, Golf, hold short. I don't think so. I don't think I have. Okay, let's clear out some stuff here. Turn off the landing lights, get taxi on, strobe to auto. That off. Gas off. Clear the flaps. And get that APU. Alright, so we're going Echo 5 to Echo Whiskey. Big Golf. And that doesn't really help me much. What gate are we going to? Gate N. That approach was brutal. Now this is, I do have like a freeware upgrade at this airport, so I'm not sure if that's causing it.
Contact KDFW Tower 124.15, Delta 2409er. KDFW Tower, Delta 2409er. Request cross runway 18 left, 36 right.
runway 18 left, 36 right. When vacated, contact ground 121.65.
Cross runway 18 left, 36 right. When vacated, contact ground 121.65. Delta 2409.
I don't think I want to go November 9. November 9 is just like a Southwest holding pad. Find a good. First of all, I need to figure out where does Delta go. Try to make this real. The gates. Look for a terminal. Let's get a. We're gonna go like this. We're gonna get GSX going here, so that when we once we get over there, and go Echo 12.
Delta 2409er, taxi 2, gate, Echo 12, via Whiskey Lima, Foxtrot, Whiskey Mike, Golf, Bravo, hold short of runway 18 left, 36 right.
Taxi 2, gate, Echo 12, via Whiskey Lima, Foxtrot, Whiskey Mike, Golf, Bravo, hold short of runway 18 left, 36 right, Delta 2409er.
Delta 2409er, contact the FW Tower, 124.15.
Actually kind of missed.
Contact
Ready to
the
change.
FW Tower, 124.15.
We'll go down Golf and then get back down to Whiskey Mike and let's get Foxtrot because we already came this way.
Request cross runway 18 left.
It's an ugly taxi clearance.
Delta 2409er, cross runway 18 left, 36 right. When vacated, contact ground 121.65.
Pretty nice terminal
Cross
here.
runway 18 left, 36 right. When vacated, contact ground 121.65. Delta 2409.
Golf right here.
KDFW ground, Delta 2409. Runway vacated with Whiskey Lima.
Delta 2409er, continue taxi via Whiskey Lima.
Continue taxi via Whiskey Lima, Delta 2409.
Oh, we're on fire. Okay, so. Yeah, I always like to get these kind of taxi clearances where you go down and then you jog over right here. Now we're gonna jump over to on Whiskey Mike and then go over to Golf. Bobby can't take Foxtrot all the way down and then. The plane lose all power. Never had an Airbus stop like that. Usually it's running away from me. I didn't even touch the brakes at all there. It just decided, well, I'm gonna slow down. Golf to where are we going in? Bravo. Next big one up here. I like how the taxi clearance doesn't even get us all the way to our gate, Echo 12. Could also go up Kilo or something, or unless we're going in. It just kind of said hold short at the runway. It's like, well, we're already past that runway, and then Bravo to where? Bravo. Yeah, lately there haven't been, and I guess it's probably the time of day that I'm streaming here. It's 3 in the morning, so there's probably not a lot of live traffic moving around at Fort Worth, Dallas Fort Worth. A Delta right there? No, it's a Sun Country. Names here. I don't know what's going on in this airport. It's just too much. I'll load this airport in without the upgrade, I guess. How it works. It's weird. It's just sections. It'll be fine, and then it really choppy again. Terminal not connected to anything else? Unfortunately, there's not a lot of stuff parked at the gates. Yeah, but it's like this is kind of the thing where I upgraded the graphics card, and now some airports like Gatwick, like London Gatwick, there's that great freeware, but it's like it'll beat the crap out of your system, especially if you have the Ultra version, which I have. And I was able to use it on my with my old graphics card and the CPU I have, but now that I have the new one, it's worse. Like the update actually. Upgrading the graphics card actually made some airports just perform even crappier than they did before. Alright, so we pull GSX, we're going to this one. You can already see some of the jetways are broken, as per usual. I can't wait until Flight Simulator 2030 when we don't have broken jetway. I mean, the airports are all procedurally, just not even procedurally generated. They're just all like handcrafted somehow. Or not even handcrafted, but the AI they make them exactly the way they are in real life. Ridiculous. One can dream, right? Suddenly I don't have gate numbers anymore. Where'd the GSX go? Could be a marshal or something. Of course, this gate's gonna be all messed up. Oh no, got the right jetway. It's just not a Delta jetway. All right. Man, I'm gonna get any power on this. I'm getting this plane to turn today. Is she yelling at me because I went too far? Is she dancing? Starting to do a dance. See that? Alright, parking brake set. CPU going. Taxi light. Line in her. APU bleed. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying there's a lot of amazing stuff. The fact that a lot of these airports are procedurally generated, but it is frustrating, you know, how much is broken. And I guess it's every time you make something look closer and closer and closer to life, you need more of it to be closer and closer and closer to life. Well, X-Plane, you go back and it's like, oh, okay, you took a lot of it and just said, yeah, whatever. Oh, nice. If I can get GSX menu just open. Do over here. Get way out. Come on.
Deborting requested. Passengers deboarding started.
Yeah, not that we can even see the passengers deboarding anyway. At least from out here. We'll see these creepy passengers and... Okay, well, you can see them through the... If they're not following the jetway very well. We won't look at that. We'll just act like that's not going on. Alright. I'm not going to do a whole shutdown or anything here. But we're going to pop open Volanta. Not that one. Volanta. And review the flight. Came out of New York. Right across this weather system, skirted above this one right here, and between that one. Had that rough approach, not so much rough approach plane flying wise on our part, or in reality the plane's part, but just the fact that the frame rate was so low that it almost looked like we were in a crash. Here we are, landed negative 113.71 for the landing rate, but that was also the auto landing. Flight time 3 hours 31 minutes, block time just under 4 hours. And there we are at 8 Echo 12. Pretty good flight except for the end there. Looked a little sketchy if we were actually gonna get landed. Yeah, this is, well, this right here is this is flow. This actually comes from Orbix. And it's free, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if you can get it on the Xbox, but you can, instead of having that menu right at the top, you can put it in a circle, which is I'm a little disappointed. There's no other real, not really any other traffic here except for like a couple, like Thin Air and that Sun Country, and there's one other. Oh, what's going on here at Fort Worth? Oh, there's a few up there on the side. Ugh. Alright, well, the next flight's going to be up to Denver. That will be maybe tomorrow afternoon,
To deboard crew.
likely Tuesday morning.
Crew deboarding starting.
But I want to thank you guys for coming in and watching. Hopefully you can watch in the future. If you can't watch when I'm streaming live, you're always welcome to just check out the flight on YouTube. They'll be all in their own little videos over there on my channel. And until I see you next time, either tomorrow afternoon or Tuesday morning for the flight up to Denver, like I said, thanks for coming in. Happy flying, take care, and as always, keep the blue side up. Thank you, I'll see you soon.